Let's hopefully it actually goes to the right place this time. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
What is it going?
I'm excited, Jaffy. Another beautiful Monday morning here at the madhouse.
You know it's not morning, correct?
For you, maybe.
The fuck are you? Or it's more anyway. Here we go.
I'm sunshine.
Let's open the doors of the okay. Bunny, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
All right, here we go. And Madhouse is now officially open.
$5 from Links. First, hello all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool says, love the show, but I'm a tech protect the tractor.
Well,
Get it.
Bunny, hello down below.
Hello.
No, I'm upstairs now, Bunny. I've moved rooms.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Bunny. Hang on. One day. Oh, now I'm moving the wrong goddamn thing. Let's do a quick sound check before we get started to make sure that we're off to the races in a good.
You're good. I think I'm good. Bunny, can you say some words?
I'm saying words. Am I good?
What do you think? What do you guys think? We all good, fellas?
Yeah, solid.
Links, thank you so much for the first super chat of the night. We appreciate you being here. I was actually going to kick off the show talking about you because I have not yet gone to the P.O. box. I'm going tomorrow morning. Links' statues are here. I am very excited to get them, as is her big bounty of a care package from Canada with Canadian snacks. And I'm hoping they will still be good to eat after I have kept them waiting all weekend. But I just wasn't able to get away this weekend, but I will be going tomorrow. Thank you for the super chat links, and thank you for all that support. You guys, when I show you these statues tomorrow, we'll make sure we put a link to Lynx's link in the thing to make sure that you guys can find all of her really cool wares. She does very, very cool statues, very, very cool geek-centric, cool creative projects. So check her out. All right. How's it going, fellas? How was the weekend? Did you guys have a nice weekend before the madhouse kicks in? What'd you guys do? What'd you do? What happened?
I got a lot of cleaning done.
Woo.
I did a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
had a-
downsized a lot, organized. Oh, I did so much.
Downsizing. I like downsizing.
I cleaned a bunch
Yeah.
too. I got these fucking loafers moving into our place at the end of the week. And so we had to go through the place and just get rid of a bunch of shit. Fucking muckrakers is what they are, Bunny. Moving into my fucking neck of the woods.
I don't know that term.
Oh.
Yeah. It doesn't even apply to what we're talking about. Muckraking is like a bad word for journalist. But I did do a lot of cleaning as well, and it does feel good. But with ADD, it's so hard to get started, man. I have been trying to clean some of this place for the last month, and I finally this weekend I did it. But I think it's shame. Shame ultimately brings me to doing things I don't want to do. You know, because there's certain parts where I'm just like, it's so nasty. I have to clean that. And I have cleaning people. I literally have cleaning people, but I don't let them clean the areas where I think it's too dirty. And my kids get mad at me and say, that's so stupid. That's their job. And I'm like, I know, but I want it to be clean enough that they don't judge me. Isn't that terrible?
I get what you're saying.
It's a common sentiment, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah. I think who's the fucking maid company that I looked up? Some maid company released some survey they did, and it was like do you clean up your apartment or your house before the maids show up? And I think it's like 80% of people do. They tidy up before the maids come tidy up.
We have been. Go ahead, B.
I was gonna say, do y'all clean a hotel room when you're about to leave, like before
No,
like before you check out? Do you
no.
clean? I clean everything. I make the bed. Everything looks exactly like it did. Yeah, you should have
Why?
seen that room. Yeah, that room y'all left me in, that haunted room,
Yeah,
where I could have gotten murdered by myself.
yeah.
I cleaned the shit out of that room.
Why though? I mean, I don't. There's no shame there because they'll never see you again.
Like when I was little and stuff, going on vacation with my mama, she always took cleaning supplies with her, and she would clean when we very first got somewhere. I always do that. I clean everything when I first get there. Like I wipe everything down with a disinfectant.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I get that. I get that, right? Because you want to be, you don't want any weird crap from the previous guest or anything. But I don't get re-cleaning your hotel room when you leave. But
yeah. My mama would take a Swiffer with us on vacation.
Yeah, if I'm at a hotel for longer than like 3 days, I'm buying like Clorox wipes or something.
But they come up every day and clean it. Why would you do such madness?
I have more faith in my cleaning than theirs.
Oh, I don't really.
And then I leave them it's like a tip also when I clean it before I leave for good, because then they probably get in there and they're like, dang, I ain't even got to clean this place.
I always leave tips. That's true.
But you never asked me how my weekend was.
I'm not done with Bunny's story yet, though. Bunny, you're a germphobe, though, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so I get, like for me, I have so many fucking mental issues in terms of like quirks and tics and all this shit that thank God I didn't acquire that one, because I don't think I would ever move my bodice from the chair. If I really thought about it, it would be exhausting. And you think about, like, I don't even care. People are like, oh, what if the bed's not clean? I'm sleeping. I won't notice it. I don't notice the bugs crawling all over me now. I mean, you won't, but some people can't handle it. They don't like it. Remember what was it? What was the one, Creep Show? Did you ever see the original Creep Show with the guy? Oh, yeah. And he was in the hotel and he was like obsessed with roaches. And so he was such an asshole, and he lived in this skyscraper, and he was like Howard Hughes. And eventually the roaches started coming though. And the one shot I'll never forget is when he's pouring himself from cornflakes and the roaches come out of the bag of cornflakes in his bowl. And I'm like, okay, that's the worst. That's the worst. Mm-hmm. Tech. Hey, how was your weekend, Tech?
How was your weekend?
What'd you do, little Tech?
It was awful. I had a bad weekend.
I'm so glad we asked then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't tell you about it, but so I am moving, right? End of this week I'll be moving to California, which is crazy, but we're doing it. And so I went to go visit family on Sunday.
Oh Lord, yesterday. Here we go. They know you're moving, obviously.
Well, yeah, I let them know like a month ago, and they were like, "Well, can you come down this weekend? We can hang out. We'll do like a little party get together thing, right?" So we're sitting down, Sarah's eating Mexican food. She loves it. We're all chatting. And my dad's like, oh, by the way, here, look at my phone. And I was like, oh, what's this? And it's like an app they use for like medical record stuff, like setting up appointments and everything. And I'm reading, and it's about him having possible like kidney failure, something or other. His kidneys are going out. They're not functioning like they're supposed to. Like pulls me to the side and he talks to me about it. And he says on Friday, he felt like death, right? He felt so bad. He was having.
Oh, I know where this is going. Keep going.
Having issue like standing up, having issue just moving around. So he went to go get checked out, which he hates hospitals. Like I hate hospitals. But being there for like 7 hours straight, test after test, they come down and they, hey, something's up with your kidneys. They're not working like they're supposed to. You need to see a specialist as soon as possible. The soonest you can get one here in Vegas is in 3 weeks. And based on what we're seeing, we don't want you to leave the hospital.
Wait, the soonest they can get a kidney specialist in a city as big as Vegas is 3 weeks?
I guess it's not like a urologist. It's like a specific type of kidney guy.
Okay.
They're like 3 weeks. It might be like 2 weeks in a day or something. But he said, he told me 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And they were like, it's bad to the point where we want to keep you under monitoring that entire time. You don't need to leave the hospital. Stay here. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he checked himself out. He's like, well, if anything's going to happen, like I'm going to be spending time with my grandkids. I'm going to spend time with my family. Like I'd rather do that than wait for some terrible message or wait for me to, something to happen to me.
Okay.
Just die in a hospital.
Yeah, but if he's in the hospital, his family can still come be with him in the hospital. And if something goes wrong where they have to help him in minutes, they can save his life.
Yeah, I told him the same things. I was like, look, you have the insurance, you have the money to be here.
So why didn't he want to do it?
It's like, well, I can't just deal with like whatever it is, the stress of being there, right? 3 full weeks of not knowing what's going to happen to me. I'd rather be having a fun time knowing that things might be short with my family.
Men are terrible with all this fucking shit they do. Are we still streaming? Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
I don't know why my thing froze, but the people are getting a live feed on YouTube.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Men are really bad about that. That's the one thing I'm glad I'm more feminine when it comes to my health. Not that all women, like Bunny doesn't trust doctors at all, but women tend to be more on top of their health than men are. And that's fine. I mean, if a guy's happy doing it that way, that's cool. But for me, I'm like, yeah, where do I need to sit? Like, how close do I need to be to the door when the doctor rushes in to save me so I can improve my chances by like 0.5% for sticking around? I thought he was going to ask for a kidney, at which point then you'd have a decision to make. It's you or Bukkake. Who is going to get the kidney? Hey, you know what? Whenever you put my kid on, there's nothing I just absolutely lose my shit when I see my kids. Don't do that unless
she came to steal my whiskey.
Oh, great, Sarah. How much does that kid drink? Is she becoming a fucking alcoholic?
I have like 2 nights a week doing like 4 shots of whiskey, 5 shots of whiskey.
She's got this.
She's also
She's
21.
smart.
Yeah, well, look, where I live in the suburbs here, a lot of the moms will go through a whole fucking bottle of wine every single fucking night. When I swear to God, man, this society, I mean, seriously, this society has sold so many people such horse shit. If you're fucking beautiful suburban life with your beautiful suburban husband and your beautiful kids and your money and all this, and you still every single night need to down a whole fucking bottle of wine, you've been sold a fucking lie about what you need to be happy. So is your dad asking for a kidney then?
No, he the conversation ended up just being like, just so you know, you might be in California when I die. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. And he's like, also, like, I'm like renewing the will and everything just to make sure you're like on top of this, It's like my 2 younger siblings are 22 and 23 years old, right? And they still live at home, right? They still rely on my parents for like a lot of stuff to be adults, right? Scheduling medical stuff or paying bills. They're learning, but they're not there yet. And then my older brother is like a piece of shit. We hate that guy. We don't like him.
Okay.
So hopefully he doesn't get anything in the will. But my dad's kind of a sucker for that. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Well, when he dies, is he going to leave the cartel to you or who gets it? Is it going to be like a war?
Yeah. If he dies, then it's so complicated. I've mentioned before, like my family has like a history in Mexico, right? Like
I assume that they're somehow involved in the cartel.
It's not cartel stuff, but like my father's father is like a wealthy man, like a man of known name, right? He's like an established individual in society.
The fuck does that mean?
So
I was just thinking about what that means.
Somebody told you that when you were a kid, like your mom, and you just like my grandfather's a man who's known in society, and you like took that as some like flag that you waved. People are like, that's not a thing, Tech.
What is San Diego's county? Is it just called San Diego County? Or
sure.
What is the county name?
I don't know. Nobody cares.
You know the county name where you live?
Why would I care? It's a county name. What's it ever done for me?
You vote, dickhead. Anyways, imagine.
So you're important and you think you're going to get a payday, and so as soon as he goes...
No, it's not that. It's my older brother.
He's going to be the king of Mexico.
Stop.
Oh, nice. Nice.
My older brother's a bad guy. We don't like my older brother.
Yeah.
He's done some terrible things. My dad kind of still supports him here and there.
Okay.
And it would be very awkward to have that like familiar legal battle about like he doesn't deserve any of the fucking.
Got it. Bunny, is it my ADD or am I worried incorrectly that our audience who comes to Madhouse doesn't care about getting this much into Tech's family drama weeds?
Well, they are. It is Sad House now. We've flipped over the decided. Yeah, we switched to Sad House regularly.
Let's bring it back to Madhouse. Fuck it. Let's
do
it.
I told
my
you.
Family.
No. It's not fuck your family. It's not
dying.
fuck your family. It's that I told you guys tonight I am without training wheels tonight. I am not going to be looking at the chat tonight. So
this is you doing
let me
like,
finish.
fucking...
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So I am trusting Tech and Bunny. If something comes up on the chat that deserves my attention, they'll let me know, or a super chat or whatever. And so I'm very anxious now. I'm like, oh God,
but you're like, I'm not going to check it. I'm not going to.
I'm not checking it.
You're doing it by proxy.
I'm not checking it.
Like,
I'm just bothered. No one asked what I did this weekend, and maybe my feelings are just a little hurt.
This weekend.
You asked yourself.
Oh, me?
Oh. Yeah.
I watched the Alien cartoon or the Predator cartoon, Killer of Killers.
Did you like it?
I really thought the animation was cool, and I thought it was really cool to see. Shut up, Bunny, patronizing me.
What? I'm not.
That's
I'm excited for you.
Oh my Lord. So I'm watching it. The animation's great. The R-rated violence is great. There's no sex in it, but it had a very heavy metal, the movie feel.
So you won't take too many points off for that.
Well, I just, I love that there are still big budget, such as they are, American adult cartoons. I love it was based on Predator, and it was really, really cool. In it, it's basically they're going through all. I'm not going to give the story away, other than the high concept you can see on the poster, which is the aliens or the Predators are going through different eras and fighting the best warriors they can find. And so they've got a Japanese thing, which is awesome. Like Samurai and Ninja versus a Predator is awesome to see. They've got Vikings versus a Predator, and they've got World War II versus a Predator. Not the entire war, of course, but a soldier in World War II. That,
crazy, Jaffy.
I know. There's Hitler out there rolling FDR onto the battlefield going, I know we're enemies.
Speaking about...
We got to fight
World War II.
Point is, it was enjoyable, but I don't, it's not some great movie, but it's kind of cool to see American animation getting some teeth is what I would say. So my weekend was good and I cleaned. Yes. Speaking of,
speaking about World War II, they used bombs in World War II.
I heard that they did think about using some bombs.
Yeah. You know who else was dropping bombs today?
Donald Trump? Netanyahu?
No. Has been washed up YouTuber Boogie 2988 is out here dropping bombs like Rocker Matt with $5. It says, Jaffy, this Saturday for the movie night, can Pineapple Express be the second? I work until 6 p.m. EST. That and brain candy. Should we add another wheel for a third? We'll talk about that probably tomorrow, Rocker Matt. Appreciate the $5 donation.
Rocker Matt is so obsessed with making sure he's there for we will make sure I get it. I get it too. It will be the Rocker Matt presents Pineapple Express. We will make sure you're around for it. We will schedule that movie around you. Speaking of, before we get to Boogie, our last film festival, people have started getting their mugs. Bunny, you said you got your mug? I haven't gotten mine yet. I want to get mine. Oh, that's not the movie one though. That's just the Madhouse mug. Oh, that one's great. Oh.
I'm gonna get the movie one.
Oh, well, you better hurry. There's only like 6 left. It's a limited. I love that. Yeah.
I'm getting it.
No, don't get it if you don't want it. I'm just saying it's a limited thing because it was for that.
I do want it.
All right.
It's got Canty's face on it.
It does have. It's the Canty. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Canty's face is on it. But yes, Rocker Matt, we will let you know. Thank you for that support, buddy. But the bombs. So I have it brought up on mine. Do you want to share your screen and show people? Because I was busy all day working on this show and starting to figure out what I want a video game show to be. Because I can't do, it's not for this channel, but it's just, I can't do the same shit I've been doing with video games. I'll lose my shit. But there's definitely,
talk about that later.
Yeah, but there's definitely stuff I want to talk about with video games. So I wasn't really
pulled up.
Yeah, I wasn't really spending much time on the internet today, but Tech hits me up and says, did you watch all the LCU drama? And I rarely watch the LCU now that I'm not really involved with it anymore, but every now and then I'll put it on if somebody says this is interesting. And so I said no, and he said go to this link, and I'll show you what he showed me. It's like a 4-minute rant of Boogie losing his shit, and then there's probably 5 things out of this we can talk about, but let me show it to you guys first, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Here is good sir Boogie, and as much as Tech wants to put some disrespect on the guy, I've never had a problem with him. I will actually officially say friend of the show Boogie, even though he's not allowed to say that.
I'm not throwing disrespect, but this clip is
me. I think he's unless everybody involved this is all scripted, including the people that he's about to lambast. I would not want to be his lawyer right now, because he's set himself up unless he's got definitive proof for a defamation suit. But
2 things. You have it muted, and also, Carl, thank you for the 5 gifted members. Love you, Carl.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you very much, buddy. We appreciate that. All right, here we go.
I have a beef with sex workers because every sex worker I've ever met, and you know I've met quite a few, they all turn out to be the worst motherfuckers on the planet. They are human fucking garbage, okay? And like, if your only tread skill is your ability to sell your pussy, bad news, you're gonna be out of work when you turn 30. So you need to learn a fucking skill. I get that you can make rent money by selling your pussy on OnlyFans. Congratulations. Have some self-respect. You gotta live another 70 years after that pussy expires. Figure your shit out, but that's fine. That's fine. We have sex workers in the LCU, and I don't have a problem with them. Sex work is work. Sex work is work. In this economy, get fucking paid. You got to get laid to get paid. I said that a million fucking times. And I have my personal beef with Zay Zudin. I think she's fucking boring. I don't like watching her. She hurt my girlfriend's feelings, and I'll never forgive her for that. But S1K is a piece of human fucking garbage. I don't even know if
And if you don't know, S1K is the boyfriend of this person they're talking about who has an OnlyFans account, right? And she used to do dominatrix work or whatever. I don't know. I think that's right. I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think she still does.
He's an American fucking citizen, by the way. I expect him to get picked up by ICE any goddamn day of the fucking week, and I hope you fucking do. After the way I heard this cocksucker motherfucker treating Zay, on the day I joined fucking Nerds as their manager, she was bawling her fucking eyes out, and this motherfucker's in the background screaming at her. On what planet have you ever... She said he was just helping me. He's just helping me. On what planet has screaming at a crying woman ever fucking helped them? It never fucking has. It never fucking will. And by the way, I seen the bruises on your fucking arms, Zay. I saw the bruises on your fucking arms. Several people did. And I fucking know. I fucking know the truth. You defend him like he abuses you. You defend him like you're afraid to go to sleep with him mad at you at night. That's how you fucking defend him. You defend him like a rabid fucking dog. It's one thing to defend your girl the way I defended mine. It's another to defend your man like you're fucking afraid of him, because I believe you are. I believe you're terrified of him. And if the way he treats other hosts in this LCU and the way he treats people on that Discord is a fraction of how shitty he treats you, then he is a piece of shit.
Okay. So that's the gist, right? And so again, now let's be clear. I'm almost certain this is all scripted and planned. What I don't know is how much of this is scripted and planned when it comes to this woman, Zay, who comes in and basically it's whatever. So, I mean, I take issue with what he said about sex work. I don't take issue with someone standing up for anyone who's being abused, but I do hope he knows that is happening. Because she came on later and said that's not what was happening. He was yelling at me because she came out and said I'm bipolar, and meaning Zay says she was bipolar. And in that, he was yelling like, do not go live today. You're not in the good headspace, is what Zay was saying. So Boogie's convinced it's not that. And if he's got evidence of that, then good for him. But if he doesn't, I'll tell you, like I said, I'd like to think that, you know, the way he phrased it, I would be more careful if I didn't want a lawsuit on my fucking hands.
I would still even say that if it was true that she was getting abused or something, airing it out in front of thousands of people and putting her at risk of him getting angry about it, the man that's abusing her, that's still not the right way to do it. If he actually did care, he would be handling it behind the scenes.
Right. That's actually a very good point. I didn't even think about that. But do you think this is even real? Like, nobody would be surprised if for Boogie it was scripted. But do you think Zay's in on this? Because this is pretty inflammatory shit that he's accusing.
I don't think she would be all right with him using her boyfriend in the scenario. But I do think that Boogie is actually just that fucking stupid to come to this conclusion and then say it live like an idiot. I think he's hamming it up to make it seem like he's more upset, but I don't think he's actually upset about it, because if you were, you would be handled. Boogie is actually smart, and Boogie has been abused and shit, so I know he actually does know. If he really thought this was happening to her, he would know to handle it offline and not live.
So you think he knows this is bullshit? He doesn't believe it?
Yeah, I think he knows it's bullshit, and he's just saying it, or he is just that fucking stupid to think that. It could go either way.
So you're saying, though, that there is a likely scenario in your opinion, and that's the trick, Boogie. Always you got to throw your opinion in there so you're not making it like you know something, because if it turns out you're wrong. But in your opinion, you are saying that even though he knows, because what it sounds like you're saying is he's been abused, he knows the signs, he knows how serious it is. And so if he really did think she was being abused, he knows enough and he's shown enough that he knows enough that he wouldn't respond this way, which means he is simply making up a scenario where this woman is being abused just for drama.
I'm sorry, but just because you see bruises on a skinny woman does not mean that she's being abused. Like, I'm going to go out there and guess that she has an iron deficiency, because, I mean, the dark circles around her, I have an iron deficiency. I see the signs, and I bruise like a peach. So it could be that. And just, I don't know, there's something about a man looking at a woman and going, oh, she's being abused, without having anything other than like, oh, you saw a bruise on her arm.
Well, and he was yelling at her, but then Zay came out and said it wasn't that he was yelling at me.
Yeah, because Boogie was telling her to go live, and she was crying, and he was saying make content out of it, and it sounds like her boyfriend was probably just trying to get through to her. Like, well, I agree, he probably shouldn't have been yelling at her, but it was probably just a chaotic moment right before she went live. You can't base abuse off of that.
So you think he should have handled it? If you really think she's being abused, he should be
if he really does think that.
I'm worried about you. Yeah.
I mean, this was an event that happened 2-3 months ago. Like, this is from a while ago.
No.
Madhouse first started.
Oh, when he was producing Nerds, you mean?
Yeah. This event that they're talking about, they're referencing, would have been before Madhouse was a thing.
Okay. And
so, I mean, if it was like, I truly believe this woman's getting abused, what, 3 monmonths? 3 months to do anything about it, to speak about it?
He put that in his back pocket when he thought of it, like, oh, this will be good for later. That's slimy.
Well, again, none of us really know. Let's just be clear. None of us know. What about his sex work thing? I find that the guy has said, I mean, he's gone to sex workers. He's paid sex workers.
He's worked with sex workers. He was in the porn industry for a while.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. He worked like behind the scenes doing stuff. Yeah. He worked on like porn sets.
Okay. So, and I think his point is he would say, I'm not saying I'm opposed to sex work. I think what he's trying, it's almost like there is this arc for Boogie the human, not the guy on TV where he got some of his shit together. He got some therapy. He's lost some weight. And now it almost feels like, and I get it. I don't know what the psychological term is, but where it's like when you have now made escape velocity of the kind of person you used to be, it becomes so easy to judge and give advice to others that you think are in the place you were. even though you're still a person who it's clear you're dealing with your own shit, where it's like, you know, a woman who is a sex worker, the idea that it's like, I'm just trying to tell you the truth and help you. Once you're over 30, your shelf life's expired. You need to get some real skills, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I guess in his mind, he could look at that as like, I'm giving just tough love and good advice. But A, I don't think that's necessarily true. Right. Right.
It's not even true.
And B, you know, what skills does Boogie have? I mean, you know, if we're really going to go down that road, I mean, everybody's...
That's exactly what I was going to say. I always think this about streamers that put sex workers down, because it's like, you don't even realize how thin the veil is between you and a sex worker. You just don't take your clothes off.
Well, he does. He does, but he does it to repulse us. Other people do it to titillate us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And a lot of the stuff that they do is actually fetish content. So it's like, you really are a sex worker.
Oh, now you have to give me info.
You just
What do they do that's fetish content?
Oh, like the pieing themselves in the face, all the humiliation stuff that they do.
Yeah,
oh my God, if you were to post that on like a humiliation subreddit, they would be flocking to locale just for those moments, because whether they know it or not, whether they like sex workers.
I hate to say this because Keemstar and I we parted fine, but you know, I wouldn't consider us amicable or friendly. But Keemstar, if there's a shot in hell you watch our little rinky dink show, I know you got all the money you need, do it for charity, but listen to what Bunny's saying. Can you imagine if it turned out there was a whole audience for the LCU of fetish content and they didn't even know it? Oh my God.
Sure, it's out there.
Awesome.
I'm sure there's at least one guy that every time they pull out a cake, he's like, "Oh yeah, there we go."
Yeah. I thought that was Boogie. A cake. So, but yeah, I don't like that.
I wanted to tie this to because I don't know if it was in this clip or if it was later on, where he's yelling about, "I hope they fucking deport your boyfriend."
Oh, that's he said that. Oh, no, he said it in this clip. Let me. He basically.
In this clip. I'm not sure where it was.
I paused it. Hang on.
Of human fucking girl. Congratulations.
Here you go.
Every sex worker I've ever. Human bad news. You're going to be out to live another. Fine. That's fine. We have sex workers in the LCU and fucking paid. You got to get laid to get. She's fucking boring. I don't like watching her. She hurt my girlfriend's feelings, and I'll never forgive her for that. But S1K is a piece of human fucking garbage. I don't even know if he's an American fucking citizen, by the way. I expect him to get picked up by ICE any goddamn day of the fucking week, and I hope you fucking do. After the way I heard this cocksucker motherfucker treating Zay.
Suddenly he cares about Zay. That it's like
yeah,
you know,
he said what it's really about. It's about his girlfriend's feelings got hurt, and now he's mad at Zay about it. That's what this is all about.
It might be. I mean, clearly that seemed to be the thing, at least in my opinion, with Keemstar and Brantley when he got upset with us, and I'm like, dude, you guys were talking about people's vaginas all fucking live long day. So maybe both these guys, they have a real problem if somebody. You know, it's like, look, you're going to drag your girlfriend into the show, onto the Discord, whether we're talking Brantley or what's Boogie's girlfriend's name? Skinny lady, real tiny lady.
Fuck, I'm blanking. It's
whatever her name is.
Desi.
Desi.
Yeah.
They're on stage. Sorry. That's how that works. You know, so they're open season. Sorry.
Yeah. They're characters in the play.
But I would say though, Tech. Yeah, you're saying. I mean, that bothers you that he said the thing about the ICE thing, which I get given the weekend that we've just had. But what specifically are you referring to in that part?
Well, I was gonna say it's like, okay, we've seen a history of like people attacking social media, you know, people, content creators. Legally, sometimes unfoundedly, right? There was a big push back in, I want to say right during COVID or right before COVID, with sex workers like OnlyFans girls or Twitch streamers, trying to get them arrested for tax code violations, right? But I think you might remember that era of the internet, right? It was like report a fucking titty streamer and make your fucking money from the IRS. Right. And now we have Trump incentivizing people to call like ICE on people. Essentially, you're like, hey, if you can dox S1K, you can dox Zay Zooted, then you can fucking get your money by reporting him to ICE. And I think you have some stories, Jaffy, to share of what's been happening over the weekend with some ICE issues.
I mean, sure, but I mean, first on that, the idea that you are financially incentivized to report people. I mean, and I know, it's pro and con on how political we get on this show. Some people like it, some people don't. But, it's hard to go through a weekend like the one we just went through and not talk at least a little bit about what's going on. I struggle before I get to the ICE thing because that ties into this. But a bigger part is, Bunny, you were telling me that you saw a lot of people this weekend. And again, I'm not saying I'm not like, oh, you regret your vote for Trump now, don't you? I know I'm not trying to paint a narrative that the whole world, all of America hates Trump. His approval rating, I think, is 38%. Make of that what you will. Obviously, Republicans have it higher than independents and Democrats. But you were saying this weekend, Bunny, you were seeing a lot of people pushing back on what the fuck did we vote for?
Yeah, and what's funny is I never see political stuff on my feed, but I think people that I followed thought that it was so funny that they were retweeting all these people that voted for Trump saying, like, I will never vote again. Like, I just learned a big lesson and I will never even vote again. Like, I saw that so much this weekend. It was crazy.
What was motivating that when they would say that? What were they seeing?
Think Trump bombing whatever. I think that's what was happening at the time I started seeing it. I saw so many people being like, this is not what I voted for. Yeah, like people who, and when I went to their accounts and you go back a little bit, they were pro-Trump and now they're like, oh, oops.
Oopsies.
My whole feed was filled with that.
But okay, so that was mostly the Iran thing then, but right, because there are people on the right that are upset. He's like, he was supposed to be a non-war guy, get us out of these wars. This isn't our business. And suddenly, whether you believe the bombing this weekend was successful or not, I guess depends on what you read and what you look at. Everybody's going to have their opinion, but it seems like it's pretty, if you don't know, and you should, I don't know if you should or not. I don't fucking know. But America officially, it wasn't just supporting Israel. America sent B-2 bombers over there and dropped a bunch of fucking bombs on their nuke sites. And one of them, the most fortified, was reported to have been with bunker busting bombs just decimated and their capabilities ruined. But there's also footage of them pulling tons of shit out of there 2 days before the bombs. So did they get all the material and all the information before? Then people are saying, if you look at the top-down footage, it doesn't look like much damage was done. But to be fair, bunker buster bombs are actually designed to not do a lot of damage on the surface, and it's more about drilling down, going down, and detonating underground, where a lot of this stuff is being, created and stored and all that shit. So I think right now, a lot of people are like, wait, was it successful? Trump says it was successful, but we don't really fucking know. But the bigger thing is, regardless, he decided, let's push this button. And you're saying that's what's pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that was what did it. And it was just like my feed was flooded with Trump supporters regretting everything.
I'm surprised by that. I would assume the number of people on the right that really give a shit whether we go to war or not are really small. Like, I assume they wouldn't give a shit if we went to war, unless maybe it's like, well, my kid's in the military. Like, what do you think? Why is that a bridge too far for them when they would have no problem with a lot of the other stuff?
Oh, your mic's cutting out a lot.
Yeah, oh, this Discord. I hate. We're not doing Discord anymore. Starting tomorrow. This is such horseshit.
No, we just need to fix your shit. That's all you have to do.
No, my shit's like, kick me out, bring me back. That at least fixes it for the short term.
What a forward young man you are.
Oh, Jaffy, welcome.
But yeah,
you have to set up your.
I know. Yeah, Discord. I'm not a fucking baby. I'm not a goddamn baby.
While you're talking, just so everyone gets the news update, whatever, for the bombing stuff. Yeah, on the 22nd, we launched our strikes on the facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan.
Whatever.
And then on the 23rd, Iran and retaliated by shooting missiles at one of our bases in Qatar or Qatar. Qatar was able to use their anti-missile technology to prevent any damage. There's so far no claims of any American lives or any other lives being hurt or affected. And as of today, there was an announcement that there will be a ceasefire conversation held in Qatar between Iranian, U.S., and Israeli representatives. So,
yeah. So, but the idea
there's a black screen
on Discord or on
screen's
OBS,
black.
YouTube.
Hang on. How about now?
It's gonna give us 3 seconds to find out. We're back. Hey, Chad, did you guys hear or no?
I assume there was audio. Yeah. But so my question though is, do we know why a lot of these people are feeling Trump regret at the moment? Simply because, not simply, but you'd think the war thing, like, how does that affect them? Versus, I would get like, oh, you're deporting people from, what is it? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
So one of the leading policies that Trump was going off on is about almost isolationism, but more so just like national, like economical progress, right? Which means not putting ourselves in a situation where we have to interact with other economies or have to depend on other economies or even have to deal with other people's conflicts. And when Trump was, campaigning, he was like, I'm going to end all wars, all of them are done. As soon as I'm in office, no more. Right? He wants to come off as like, I'm going to put America first, only America. Right?
Okay, so they're upset that sense of, can we please just shut our borders and just be America? Which is
I saw one person say Trump was supposed to keep us out of war, not start one.
Yeah, that's the biggest gripe that his fan base has had since supporting like the Israeli stuff is, why the fuck are we over there in the first place? We shouldn't even care about them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I it's again, all you really can do is go, I don't know. Everything is agnostic at this point.
Yeah.
Because according to Netanyahu and Trump, if we didn't do this, they would have nukes and they would give nukes to Hamas and Hamas would send sleeper agents to New York. And, is that true? I don't know. But I lived through Bush telling us that, there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and there weren't. And we saw what, we got in with that. So the only real, I think, I don't know. I'm not a student of history enough to know the number of proven lies that we have been given as a country that have led us into war. Are we basically at about 50-50 at this point? Like World War II, if you don't believe the conspiracy theories, makes sense that we went into that war. World War I makes sense we went into that war. Vietnam, obviously, we were lied to about. Korea, we probably, I don't believe we needed to be in Korea. I could be wrong on this. Certainly Iraq, both times, Desert Storm both times. And now this, it's like, I don't know what the percentages of lies are that we get told about why we go to war, but my only assumption at this point is there's no way to know. So
yeah, I mean, with Iran in particular, right? They, as of I think beginning of this year, end of last year, were accruing a mass of like nuclear material that is unheard of for a country that's just trying to do enrichment for power, right?
Sure.
It seems to be proven that I just want to have a surplus, which went against like the policies we put in place for like ending our embargo or our like
sanctions.
Shit with them.
Yeah,
our sanctions. And I don't know if we want to hear Tech Protect's political take on this.
Well, I would just say that while that may be true, there was also that great Daily Show footage the other day of Netanyahu going back to like 2005 or something, saying they're weeks away from having nukes. And that was 15 years ago, more than 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Which was the last time they had this amount of nuclear material, of enriched uranium. I mean, it's on both sides, right? Israel has for a long time been pushing this narrative that they're ready, they can do it. But U.S. intelligence has, reaffirmed that position 15 years ago and that position as of this year.
Yeah.
That they are a little bit overzealous in enriching uranium.
Yeah. I was telling Calvin this weekend, I said, we were talking about dropping the bomb, and it's like, as much as I don't like anything that's going on, I saw some footage of Gaza this weekend, and, again, from what is being portrayed, it's the percentage of that country or city that has just been leveled is staggering. And when you think about that whole region, and you think about, even though we think Saudi Arabia is a nightmare for women's rights in a lot of ways, it's getting better, but whatever. I'm not saying I believe in this, and it's easy to say when I'm on the other side of the world and I'm not getting hurt at the moment by this shit. But one of the callous things a lot of people always say is just fucking bomb the Middle East to make it into a fucking parking lot and start over, right? There is a point where, even though I don't agree with that morally, I also was asking Calvin, I'm like, would you have dropped the bomb, right, in World War II? And he said he wouldn't have, and I understand that. But it's like, isn't there a point where you look at it and go, if you factor in what life will be like 100 years if we just do this awful thing, and I know a lot of awful things have been done in humanity with that mentality. I'm sure Hitler thought the same thing, maybe. But I don't know. It's just they're gonna keep trying for peace. They've been trying for peace in that region since I was a little kid in the 70s. And it goes beyond that, of course, but that's what I remember. So there's a point where it's like, if you had to make a decision, do a poll in the chat. I'm wondering if you had to make a decision and go, you know what? We're going to be, or we'll continue to be, the bad guy for a little bit. We are going to go over there and we're going to basically carpet bomb the shit out of Iraq and Iran, and we're going to do regime change in Iran, and we're going to do this. We're going to make sure that Gaza and Palestine is basically, and it's all going to be split between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Done. And we're just going to do it. And it's going to
be a large question. I'm just going to put, should there be an ultimate decision regarding the Middle East to ensure peace in the region?
Well, that's not okay. Hopefully,
yours was 91 words.
Well, God forbid there's nuance when we're talking about the death of millions of people.
Characters. I have 100 characters to work with.
Well, okay, but the point is, like, we would have to basically be awful. But maybe that's the only solve. What, it's going to get better suddenly? You think diplomacy is going to solve this? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, while we're waiting for the poll results to come in, going back to this sort of, whether you are happy or not happy with Trump, obviously you guys know how I feel. I have seen on my feed a lot of people, like this story right here, talking about, there was this Marine today. There's this guy raised 3 kids. All 3 of them went into the Marines. Now, ICE repeatedly punched the father of 3 Marines, 2 in active service. Masked agent dislocated his left shoulder. The dad even briefly taking a gun out of the holster with the other hand. The kid said, "I love serving my country. It infuriates us that our own country did this to our own people." He was landscaping an IHOP parking lot in Santa Ana. They just started chasing him, and he ran because he was scared. He didn't know who was after him. I do believe my dad was racially profiled. They didn't ask him anything. And this is kind of becoming, more and more prevalent. We've been talking about this on this show, but these 3 guys right here, in South Carolina, this guy was charged with kidnapping and impersonating an ICE agent after detaining a group of Latino men. This guy in Brooklyn, told a 51-year-old woman he was an ICE agent, directed her to a stairwell where he punched her, tried to rape her. North Carolina, this guy in North Carolina impersonated an ICE agent and threatened to deport a woman if she didn't have sex with him. And this goes back, and this guy died, by the way. This guy died in ICE custody. The death occurred as private companies with little to no oversight are increasingly tasked with transporting more immigration detainees across the U.S., all in pursuit of Trump's quota of arresting 3,000 people a day. Now, of course, you've got these people that I assume are bots. I don't believe these can be real people who says, so the guy ran, the dad of 3 Marines. He resisted, knowing full well it was law enforcement after him and he was detained. Okay, that would be his own fault. Pretty clear. I can't even get upset anymore because how's he going to feel betrayed when he never cared to fix his dad's immigration status? What do his sons have to do with his immigration status?
Yeah.
Nothing and everything. The point is,
Yeah.
Go ahead. You know what I think. What do you guys think?
It's just sad. It's just all sad because I feel like there's probably such an easy fix to all this and redoing how we do it, and it's just sad that we're just not. People just keep getting hurt. It's just sad.
It is. I mean, none of it has touched me yet. I haven't experienced any of this. I haven't seen any of this. But, I mean, it's almost like a matter of time for most people, right? I mean, this is... I just think... I don't know, man. I don't know. I struggle to know how people can be okay with this. Like, this guy, the culture clash, is this a real guy? Is this an engagement farmer? If he's not a citizen's, he's not our own people. Let's go to his site. I just want to see... He's got 700 followers. I'm your average pissed off American vet that needs to talk about current events. Okay, so maybe he's not a bot. I don't know. Maybe he is, though, because let's see. Is everything he posts political? Like, good and well, when all you post is politics, you're probably a bot. Right? I mean, is that all that's going on in your life? I
don't know, because I know a good bit of people that literally all they post is politics, and I had to mute them. And it's people that I actually know. So I know there are people out there that's what they use Twitter for.
I mean, Jesus Christ, all day fucking long. It's this. Look at that. There's no way this guy's real. There's no way this guy's real. I mean, I'm very fucking political. You go to my shit, there's Boogie. There's your thumbnails. There's games I'm playing. Cool shit I see on the internet. There's I mean, what do you know? No, sorry. That guy's a bot. I don't know. Tech, what do you think?
Yeah.
You think you'll get racially profiled? I don't think you pass as a brown dude, so you probably won't.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, no, I probably won't get racially profiled. But I visited you in California a number of times now, and from my experience, going there for work in the past, there's a lot of like brown people in Southern California in particular. Who are like, yeah, my family's been living here for like 4 generations, and they don't speak any Spanish, right? Excuse me. Yeah. Like they're just American. They're just flat out American, but they look like they're from Mexico. And it's like, dog, how's that gotta feel? How's that gotta be? Just going to work, going to the grocery store, doing whatever, right? And just like dudes running up on you, no insignias, no branding. And it's like, oh, well.
How that is in California, speaking of, they're announcing legislation, the Senate in California, the No Secret Police Act. So, to ban local, state, federal law enforcement with some exceptions from covering their faces and requiring them to wear identifying information. Certainly it can work with local and state, hard to say on federal, but you saw those 3 cases, and the other case where the guy died, and the other case where women were almost raped. And it's like, how is anybody like, I'm fascinated by the mindset of a person that's okay with this, right? Like, what do you think? Do you just think they are like, hey man, it's tough love. We got to fix America. We're going to break some eggs. And you think they just kind of, that's their position. And they think that's like a cool shit's got to get done position. And you're just fucking weak, and that's okay. You go be weak, but we're going to take care of business. I mean, is that why they support this? Because I'm actually curious, like psychologically speaking, how do you read about this stuff and go, yeah, I'm good. I don't care. Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
I think they definitely think they just do what you got to do to get it done, and they don't really care who gets hurt in the way, on the way there. Yeah. I think that's really what it is. As long as it gets done, they don't care.
Things that are not awful. Mish with 10 gifted members. Shit, Mish. We also have Raven Cross as of 7 said only if women and children are drafted first. I don't know if that's in reference.
We're talking about do we want to? We haven't started talking about the draft, but yeah, I mean that's. Yeah. Thank you, Mish, very very much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Infant $2 says, Bunny, aren't all those Boogie outbursts fake? Bunny.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Mooch. I haven't seen Mooch in a while.
Boogies may be fake, but that's what I'm saying. But if Zay's not in on it, then that's pretty.
Yeah. Well, I think he's concerned trolling. That's what he's doing. He's pretending like he really cares, but he's really just doing it because
for a bit.
Yeah, or maybe not even that. He just wants something to happen, or who knows what the reason is. But he's definitely concerned trolling. He doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Mooch55 says
Mooch.
Boogie said that he did try to handle it directly. I think we talked about that one, but yeah, I don't agree. I don't think he did. And
well,
Andrew,
okay, but wait a minute. If he tried to handle it directly and he wasn't but if he wasn't successful, the next step is not to jump on the internet.
Take it online.
Yeah, the next step is to try again.
Especially since she is a sex worker and everybody knows it, she gets shit for that. You think there aren't going to be people messaging her now saying they're glad she's getting her ass beat, even though she's probably not, or she may not, who knows? But I mean, people dislike her that much, and they use sex work as a
means to
just a means to do it. And then you're going to add her getting abused on top of it. Just imagine the shit she's probably getting from the people who hate her.
A lot of guys don't like that, the sex workers, though, because what have I heard? It's like they don't like the woman having that kind of control of the product that they want. They don't like the fact that that the woman can say no. When it's that transactional, a woman can just go click, you're done, or goodbye, I'm walking. And I think there's something about the power change there that a lot of these kind of guys do not like. And I find them pathetic, these men. I don't even think they should be called men. I think they're poorly raised little boys who really need their fucking, they need a redo when it comes to how they were brought up. It's the most ridiculous I mean, it's so bizarre to me that here is a person that the only reason you're in contact with this person is you're going to them to acquire the service they provide. You wouldn't even be engaged with them in this way if you weren't going to them for that. And you have the gall to insult them and act as if what they do is somehow lesser. Maybe they feel bad.
And I love how they always love to imply that women that do sex work, they have nothing else to offer, and that's why they're doing sex work. But I've met some of the most amazing sex workers who, I met a girl who went to law school and she was a lawyer. Yeah. And she decided to quit doing that to do sex work because she made more. And she was like,
yes. And what's the
difference?
I'm
going to make a financial decision here.
I mean, not only that, but it's like these guys should ask themselves, it's like, what is the difference really? Everybody, unless you are working for a nonprofit and you basically don't give a shit about making any money except enough just to sort of sleep at night and eat, everybody is basically doing stuff for money in this society. And why is it okay to work at a company that may be putting out horrible pollution that the whole world suffers from? That's okay. You can sleep at night with that. Or why is it okay to, be a accountant that does the books for a local church, which is probably had at least a handful of molestation cases thrown against them over the course of the last 20 years. That's a problem. But to them, it's not. But the sex work, no, that's that. They can't do anything else. So they do that. It's just, they need a talking to. They need a talking to. It really bothers me. I hate that shit. What is he doing? I don't know what he's doing. Anyway, he's drinking. Poor little thing. But yeah, I'm bothered by that. But I hope Zay's okay. I've always got along with her. I always thought she was a nice lady, and
I have no problem with her.
No, nor do I. What about this game? You guys heard of this game, Relooted? Tech was telling me about it. I'd heard about it when he told me what it was, but I didn't realize that people were being upset about it. Tech, I'm going to put it on the screen while you talk about it, because I guess people are not happy with this or some such bullshit. People are not happy with anything these days, I guess.
They think it's like a DEI thing again.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we'll talk about it. What is it?
You guys tune in. this game right here is called Relooted. And the premise is you are part of a team going out and doing heists against museums and places that hold like African artifacts, specifically like the UK and so on. You're trying to steal them back to get them back to Africa where they belong. And I'm pretty sure, as you can see, like I think every character is like a black person from Africa or so on, or maybe like UK citizens. I'm not sure. There's not so much information in the game yet, but it's a side scroller heist game. Online, people are saying like, "Fuck, oh, this is just like the left trying to guilt white people into thinking that they've done a crime for like their ancestors and so on." I think it looks like it could be a fun game. Looks like it's a little interesting. The idea of like taking back artifacts of your country and putting them back home, I think it's kind of cool.
I do too.
I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
One of the most famous like Aztec artifacts is the crown of one of our kings, which has like all these feathers, and it's very, very ornamental and it's very intricate. And it's in some museum in like London.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's a really cool idea for a game.
Yeah, I or a movie. I mean, if somebody said, "Oh, it's about this," it's kind of like a heist movie with these like 5 people that are doing this, I go, "That's a cool movie idea. I'd go fucking see that." But and by the way, I'm pretty sure it's not DEI, only because if you're curious about who made it, here's the team. I think they're in Johannesburg, South Africa. The vast majority of them are black people. So, no, this is not that.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, but people are idiots. We live on an internet filled with fucking morons. What can you do? I can't help them. I'd love to help them, but they're fucking morons. Now I will say, and I am not I like diversity. I think it's important. Blah, blah, blah. There was something that to me was a bridge too far this weekend, and I'm kind of glad they canceled this game. It was a Tomb Raider board game that was canceled. And it's like, guys, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? Like, I want to just show you some of the images. It's like, you know what, guys? It's Tomb Raider, okay? I don't need... It's Indiana Jones. Leave me. Everything doesn't need to go through this filter. If you guys want to make a more diverse group of treasure hunters, cool. But I mean, I just want to show you the one that really is like, this is enough. This is bullshit. This is a bridge too far even for me. And I'm the most progressive guy you've ever fucking met. Look at this woman here. The black woman with the hair. She's chunky and she's missing a leg. It's like, what else she gonna throw at her?
Eye patch.
Right. I mean, is she bipolar? And so you got to make sure she takes her medicine. I mean, what?
You know what they are throwing at her though, Jaffy? They're throwing trains. K-Nubs at $5 says it's time for hourly choo-choo train. Send a buck, twos, fives, or tens. Otherwise, be glad that you get to watch with friends. Thank you for the poem, K-Nubs.
Absolutely.
Mish follows it up with another $5 with 3 trains. Choo, choo, choo.
Thank you, fellas. Now, again, there's not a goddamn thing wrong with a diverse cast. And there's not a goddamn thing wrong with a legless, black, fat, lesbian woman. Nothing in the world wrong with that. But it's like, it's a little...
Well, wait a minute.
What?
Somewhere out there might be a chunky black lesbian woman with one leg that feels really representative right now. And she's like, that looks just like me.
I think representation is important. I think it's delightful. I don't come to the Tomb Raider brand to see anything other than cool looking people on cool adventures. Now, can you be a black lesbian who's cool looking? Of course. I look at Grace Jones and fucking View to a Kill. Of course. But this is not that. She would be out of breath going after the first idol in Indiana Jones. none of them look like they're having fun. It's just there is a point where even I cannot get behind this horse shit. This is just dumb. And I'm glad the owners of the brand, which I think is Crystal Dynamics or maybe it's, I don't know who owns this anymore. Amazon actually owns it now, I believe, just canceled the whole fucking thing. It's like, guys, if you can't be diverse without doing stupid fucking shit like this, you're just fucking morons.
I have my take, but also Rocker Matt with $5. Speaking of games, I'm replaying TM 2012. Oh, yeah. And Jaffy, Roadboat is one of the worst things you've ever made.
I don't even know what Roadboat is. I don't know what that is.
Roadboat?
Is that a car?
Also, do you still play any of your old games?
No.
I don't know what Roadboat is either. But you know what? You know what representation is good for? You know what?
It's good for a lot. It's good for a lot.
No. You know what? Sorry. You know what's good for representation in the games industry?
No.
Custom characters. Okay. Not every game needs to have all of the people, all the possible exists in every form and color and format. You have custom characters in other games, right? You can represent yourself there. Some stories are stories. Some story artists can like.
Well, and this is a role playing fucking game where you make your own characters anyway. Right, but let me just show you. Let me do this real quick while you guys keep going. But thank you for that. Whose chat was that you just read?
Rocker Matt.
Rocker Matt, thank you, buddy.
And what is Roadboat, Rocker Matt?
I think Roadboat's the one with the magnet.
Roadboat is the car with the magnet that can throw cars in Twisted Metal 2012.
I love that car. What's wrong with it?
Loves Roadboat. Saying thank you for making it.
I think this is the worst thing I ever did.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's the worst thing you ever made. Yeah. Why'd you make Roadboat, dickhead?
What's Roadboat?
Yeah. Why'd you make that, Jaffy?
I don't know what
to do with her.
Is cool.
Huh.
What was the idea behind Roadboat?
I'll tell you in a second. Hang on.
So it was a boat with wheels.
No, it was like a big...
You could take it on the road.
Okay.
Take Jaffy on the road.
Okay. I said, draw me a cool, badass female black assassin with pink hair and missing a leg, so she has a prosthetic, but it's super high tech with weapons and stuff attached. Let's see what it gives me. You can't tell me that you can't make... It's one thing to be diverse. It's another to have the brand Tomb Raider. Like if I want to go look at a Tomb Raider role-playing game, I want to look at every one of those motherfucking characters and go, I want to do that. I want to be that. The fuck are these people doing? I fucking hate certain... Okay, look at this woman's awesome. The first one that came up. Hang on. This is some bullshit. I've had it. I'm mad. I'm on a tear now.
Oh my gosh.
You know
He's
what?
upset. We're not even going to talk about the draft tonight, boys.
We are going to talk about the draft in just a second, but there's a point where, the old lion needs to roar a little bit, okay? Just give me a goddamn break. Okay, let's just take this woman here, okay? Here is what perchance came up with in an instant. Look how much cooler this lady is.
Yeah.
Look at this fucking lady. What's
like
the fucking problem? How is that hard? Look how cool.
Now you made her thin.
Okay, I can add a little weight, but, she's already missing a leg. I don't want to make her chunky. I want to make her lithe and athletic because she's out there in the world going after treasures.
You're telling me you don't think a chunky woman with one leg is not going to have an easy time climbing ropes and diving between like obstacles?
Yeah, I think look at that. Look at her. She's awesome. These people are morons. Look how cool she is. What's the problem, idiots? Fucking morons. God, I hate sometimes idiots.
Yeah, I hate them.
I hate them all, Bunny. I want them to die. I don't really want them to die. I'm kidding.
Me too.
Oh, I don't want them to die.
I'm not.
Okay, fine. We can talk about the draft. I got a lot of things queued up, so we can go to the draft, or we can move away from politics and get into more kind of social weird shit. But so whatever you guys want. Whatever you guys want. Where did the poll end up, by the way? Where did our
57% say glass it?
Yeah. I don't know if I agree with that, but I understand the sentiment. What are we doing, Tech? Where are we going next?
Well,
we want to talk about the draft
the ice stuff.
Yeah,
we can talk about the draft. How does the chat feel about the draft?
Nobody wants a fucking draft.
I don't want it. I want a draft.
Nobody's going to draft anybody. Can you imagine who the fuck is going to? I mean, no, you don't support it. Who the fuck is going to go
not?
For this war? You're going to send over American kids to do what? This. No. Wait a minute. We are in a war. Well, not officially, but Trump is. So what you're saying is, after the country has repeatedly lied to its citizens over and over and over and over about why we are going into war, you support America putting up our youth to risk their lives and die for what? For what?
Well, if it happens, it happens. We gotta support that machine. I'm not saying that I support the war
now
itself.
Now you're being transparently
look,
argumentative. There's no way you agree.
It's not even about it. Like you're saying, do I support a draft? But then you're also like including, but I have to support the war that's happening.
No, you don't.
I don't. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I don't support the war. But if we were in a war, then I support a draft.
Oh, I don't. That's ridiculous.
No,
it's a ridiculous concept. This is a bad war. Most wars are bad, but
again, you're doing the thing. I don't support this war. But if we were in any war, let's say a justified war, let's say China came and blew up San Francisco.
Now you're adding wrinkles to it. We're talking.
No, I'm not. The plain statement is: do you support a draft? Period.
Okay, then anybody's logical answer is it depends. But no one's talking about the draft today because China might attack and we need to defend the homeland. That's not what's on the table when people talk about the draft on today.
I hear you, but I'm saying I'm not going to stop supporting the draft as a concept because I disagree with like current political movement in like the Middle East.
You should.
Right? The draft is a viable strategy for any country to ensure that it's able to defend itself and or its like interests, which I don't agree with that part, but it is what is argued.
But okay, so what you're saying, I mean, it's so ridiculous that it's not even worth, I mean, you are basically saying that, oh, well, you voted for these people, and even though they have nothing but decades of history showing that they lie, they don't send their own kids for the most part, they don't give a fuck about anything but feeding the machine and their corporate interest and the warmongers and the weapons manufacturers, you support still. Well, yeah, but it's officially a war. Congress voted.
I added 9 words to mine to make my opinion like salient. And you're going on this whole fucking spree about, well, the warmongers and the politicians that don't send their kids and do all this. You're doing the thing.
What, adding nuance to a topic that demands nuance?
Yeah, but you wouldn't allow me to add nuance to my take. You're like, no, now you're adding stuff, tech protect, now you're adding stuff.
I want you to add nuance to war as it relates to the draft that people are talking about today. No one's talking about a draft today because China has warships off of Los Angeles. Okay. They're talking about a draft today as it relates to Iran.
The nuance for today is America has a seated interest in ensuring certain policies in the Middle East by supporting allies that we have established over there. Mm-hmm. When we go ahead and hold firm to our values of defending these people or advocating for them, even if it includes like military action, if that country that we enacted upon starts engaging U.S. troops at U.S. bases and then says, which they have, like Iran has been very open politically, death to America, death to this. We will bomb your fucking ships. We will kill your citizens. If it got to the point where like, okay, we're sending missiles into, let's say, France, let's say Italy, let's say another EU country or another NATO country that we support, and we have to go to war, and that escalates to, well, now like all of our soldiers are in combat. We need more forces.
Yeah, but but you've added a big part, which is Iran attacks a NATO country, which is Israel.
Which includes us.
Well, I assume Israel's in NATO, right? Which means,
so certain, but now
which fundamentally, if that's the case, you would wonder why NATO hasn't gone to war with Iran. It's weird, maybe because, right? But
no, it's not a member of NATO.
Oh well, then there you go. Then no, if they attack a NATO country, we're supposed to be there for them, sure, but that's not what's happening at the moment. And frankly, Look, you do what you want. Although if you end up having kids with my kid, they'll be my grandkids, and I'll fucking send a hitman to distract you while I take them to safety. Because there's no goddamn way you would let those children fucking go fight a war that you know good and well is not justified. And now, if the government, not even about being a fan, if the government is able to make a point, and it's like shit, they just blew up Washington, D.C. with a nuke, and it's not going to stop unless we stop them. Okay, I get it. We're not talking about that at all. At all. And you know what? If you're going to have a draft at that point, since it seems so incredibly unfair, if you have a kid and you're in the goddamn government, the kid's got to go to war too. First one up. First fucking one up. And there's no draft dodging. I don't care if you have flat feet or bone spurs. You can fly a fucking drone. You can fly a fucking drone behind enemy lines. And if you can't, sorry, you'll figure it out.
Draft dodging is a very valid thing. I don't want to send people that are disabled out to war. I don't want to send people that have like mental issues out to war.
That's not draft dodging then.
Well, I know, but you're saying like flat-footed or bone spurs. Like legitimately, if they have medical
Donald
issues.
Trump didn't go to war because he had bone spurs. Okay,
Yeah,
now maybe in Vietnam, maybe. These days, bone spurs should not be a reason to get out of serving the country if there is a draft. That's ridiculous.
I hear you.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I don't think bone spurs are even very common in young people, so that's kind of
yeah.
It's like really rare.
I mean, do you really think Trump was like, I would have gone, I wanted to fucking, come on.
I really want to go with them daggone bone spurs.
Yeah, what are you going to do? They get you every time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're that fucking connected and rich as Trump is, I'm sure his pop could have pulled some strings to get him into a fucking
bone spurs.
Yeah. Well, no, he could have pulled them in the other way. Just right off the bone. I mean, hell, Tech went to work for the government and he had ADD, and they said, "Do you want us to put this down? If we put this down, it's going to be bad for you."
No,
You think Trump couldn't have been like, just shh, don't tell him with the bone spurs.
Yeah.
It's not Steve Rogers. You know,
you're like, you're autistic as fuck, but you handle it well. So you want to do this? Let's do it.
You know what I don't like, fellas?
Ice cream on your pizza.
I've never had that. It doesn't sound good, but I don't like that this young woman that I'm about to show you is being called out by people for unsportsmanlike conduct. Go fuck yourselves. Let me kick it off with that. Go fuck yourselves.
Okay.
I am not a woman, but I'm tired of my gender attacking women. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. And I don't mean that like I'm white knighting. I mean that like I'm sick of how stupid these fucking men. No, you don't need. No, I'm not doing it. Yes, thank you. Please. I don't. You can't even talk about it. But it to me, it's just the lack of understanding of how backwards and ironic they are. This is a college softball game. Here you go. That's it. People are mad at her.
For what?
She shouldn't have yelled.
I was waiting on something.
Yeah, no. It's right here where she yells at the girl. Right there. Yeah. They're mad at her. Now, should she be out according to the rules because she threw her helmet off, which seems incredibly stupid, but fine. But that's not the issue. The issue is she's triumphant. She's like, fuck you, motherfucker, we did it. You know, I mean, whatever. Yeah. You think a guy does that?
Wow.
I mean, I just can't. I can't anymore. I used to think, Bunny.
That's crazy.
I used to think what this was, I used to think a lot of this was horse shit, and I'm sure some of it is. But we live in a world of, I'm sorry, the more I research, we live in a world of stupid fucking people. Look, I mean, what? I don't know. I need my own country. Only people who I allow can come into my country.
Yeah.
It would be so good.
Yeah.
It would be so good.
Let's buy an island.
I would. I'd buy an island.
Yeah, but the helmet would only be like a technical
According to what I read, it would be an out. But regardless, okay, well, fine, whatever. But the issue, can anybody articulate why this is a problem that maybe I'm missing? The woman hits the ball. She's doing great. She fucking has a, goddamn cinematic action movie ending where she fucking leaps over the goddamn catcher, hits the base. What exactly am I missing in this? Or Bunny, because she said she didn't see it either. She's hyped up. She's excited. She's competitive. Isn't that what we want? Isn't that what we say we want?
And I think she threw her helmet off because it didn't look like it fit right. It looked like it was moving all over the place.
Yeah, and for all we know, that catcher told her that her mother was a fucking whore before. We don't even know that. Not that would matter either way. She has every right to be jubilant.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you expect? When Tyson knocked people out, was he like, oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay? No. It's like, fuck. I don't like them. Tech, anybody in the chat have a different read on this? Don't tell me they do, because there's no way you could. There's no way you could have a different read on this. I don't buy it.
Somebody said she yelled, come on. Like,
so? That
does look like that's what she yelled. How is that unsportsmanlike?
Here you go.
Yeah, they're saying, sportsmanship is a thing,
Well, what's not sportsmanship about this?
In baseball, you're not supposed to do that. It's plain simple.
Yeah, but she didn't like...
Baseball's like a posh
She didn't do
fucking
anything.
game.
Fuck.
The yelling is... People have been thrown out from Major League Baseball games for just like looking at someone and going like a shrug. Like it's a very like...
I'm almost certainly sure that's not true unless
that is true.
Unless you're doing it to the ref and it's a pattern of basically trolling the ref or the umpire, sure. But another player, I mean, I saw the other night, I think it was against Machado against the Padres, where the Dodgers pitcher literally, maybe I'm getting the names wrong, but threw the goddamn ball and intentionally hit him in the back. 90-mile-an-hour fastball in the guy's back. Nobody got thrown out of the game. It's like, watch it. Be careful. This is sexism is what this is. That's what this is.
Yeah.
You're telling me if somebody did that, like, yeah, motherfucker. If somebody did that on the Padres or the Dodgers or the Yankees, everybody would
be upset.
No, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, they would have.
I don't know. I didn't see nothing wrong with it.
Is it okay to be pumped and yell playing baseball? This is such a dumb thing I'm writing.
Yeah. Is it okay to yell at the catcher when you take the base from them? That's what you should look up.
Yelling during games. The best thing you can say to them in general is to shake it off and we'll get out of the inning. That's different. Why is it okay for a pitcher to celebrate a strikeout, fist pumps, air punching, or yelling, but a batter cannot stand and admire his home run? I don't know. Because the pitcher has the projectile. This hasn't really been a thing for quite some time now. That might have been true a long time ago, but the bat flip has become somewhat acceptable. Shut up. Look at this woman. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Bless her. That's all we need. Just need more of her. All right. Well, whatever. Okay, fine. That's all. I just wanted to show you guys that. See what you thought. Let me show you this. Can I get another opinion on this? You're not going to believe what people are saying about this. Now, people are saying that this is the guy's father, but they're also saying, oh, no, it's a drill instructor the mom hired. Either way, the issue's the same. What do you think about this clip that you're about to see?
Like she crazy, cursing at her, telling her what you won't do. You won't clean your room. You won't do what you want to do. And you talk to your mother like that? Like you tough? Do you think you tough, little man? Talk to me like you talk to your mother. Talk to me. You think you're tough, don't you? Boss up on me. Cuss me out. Tell me you ain't gonna do what I say do. I dare you. I dare you. You ain't gonna do it to me? Why you do it to her? Why you talk to her disrespectfully? Why? Little boy, answer me. Why do you talk to your mother disrespectfully? You don't know why you do it. Today I'm going to help you find out why. And today it ends. Today it ends. Do you understand? You will not call your mother out of her name ever again.
So what do you guys think about this?
I have mixed feelings about it because in one hand, a stern talking to could keep this kid from, getting too unruly somewhere down the line. Like he might remember this and, respect people because of it. But on the other hand, I feel like, did they try just talking to him first? I don't know.
I think there's like a lingering sense that like, do this because I will enact violence, and that feels very shitty.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I could ever condone this. Having a sit-down conversation that's stern is okay, but this feels more than stern. This feels like better fucking recognize the person.
Yeah, get the wagging the finger in the face. The stuff like that feels unnecessary. But I understand the, speaking with authority and getting their attention. Like, I understand that.
Alex says, I think this man has had a bad day. I think it's very important when you're a parent, if you're ever going to have some type of like advice giving or direction giving conversation with your kid, you don't do it emotionally, right? You don't go there when your emotions are high about it. It feels like this guy was emotionally upset about what the kid did to the mom.
Well, if he's the dad, if he's a drill instructor, he's doing what he's paid to do. Whether you agree with that or not, your mileage will vary, but we don't really know. There's two versions of this, and I don't know the truth. It's either it's his dad.
I don't think there's enough to tell because they may have tried talking to the kid, and maybe it took him yelling like this for the kid to.
I mean, I don't mean that. I'm just saying what we don't know is it his dad or is it a drill instructor that the mom hired because the dad's not around?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Those are the narratives that are going around about this. But I think what I really dislike about this is this narrative that a lot of people, and specifically men, seem to think that that's a good dad. That's what kids need. They need that discipline. They need that authority and all this. This little kid could be autistic. Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Do you think a kid comes out of his mother's vagina and he's just like ready to be a dick and disrespect her and all this stuff? Or do you think something's going on that is probably causing this behavior? And you may stop the behavior by scaring the shit out of him, but that anger or resentment that originally caused this behavior to begin with is still there. And I assume the situation that created, like, let's just say it is a drill instructor and he's got a single mom and she's not home a lot and he's acting out because he misses his mom. He doesn't feel he has enough attention. He's being picked on in school because he resents his mother for not being there to get him the admission slip signed or who the fuck knows, right?
Yeah.
Well, fundamentally, that's a valid complaint that the kid has. And this shit, all this does is turn him into a man who's going to bury his feelings and say that whenever you feel a certain way, there's no validity to it. Just shove it down and be a man. I think it's ridiculous. And the comments, as I expect, are all like, yeah, this is what kids need. This is what's the problem with America. Blah, 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 blah. Fucking hate this shit.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking about emotionally charged content, Canadian Connor wanted to know if we're going to be doing calls because he wants to talk Trump with you.
Yeah, bring him in.
I let him know. Canadian Connor, if you're listening, come back into the waiting room to talk Trump with your man Jaffy.
But I hate shit like this. It really pisses me off. Especially
kids at that age are a lot smarter than I think most people realize. They can understand when you talk to them. I mean,
well, yeah. This guy says, "Why is this being recorded?" That's a good point as well. But The child got off light compared to what my dad would have done if I looked cross-eyed, much less spoken disrespectfully to our mom. Well, that's a problem. And your dad was an asshole.
Yeah.
This dad is just doing
That's what I'm
fine, and
saying.
someday that child will thank him. For what? This man did nothing wrong. In fact, he held great restraint. If this was 1990, just talking would have came with the belt and some corrective action. This generation is weak if they think they're saying this is too far. You know, I don't belong here.
It's
I
always,
really
yeah, it's always like, I got whooped as a kid and I also got beat as a kid. And there's not much difference.
No,
Like, there's
right.
yeah,
yeah.
like, I mean, I know they always say, like, one is coming from all place if I want to set you straight, and it's coming from a good place, but to the kid, it's all the same.
You're physically
all the
hurting them. Basically, think about
Yeah,
it.
when you
You're-
could have used your words.
And you're physically hurting your child because you were a bad parent. If your kid did something that merits hitting your children, then that's probably because you raised them shitty. Never
Yeah.
once.
And that's the thing too. Most people who were treated like that as a child, they think like, oh, well, that's the reason I grew up to be okay, and they give that credit for what, and then they think, well, I'm gonna whoop my kids, and it's like, but
Survivor's
did you not
bias.
think you were smart enough to understand through somebody
Yeah.
just telling you how to do something correct? Like,
it never occurred to me to hit my kids. My kids have never been hit. The worst it ever got with my kids with Sarah was we were
Disneyland.
at Disneyland. And did she tell you this, or did I already tell you the story, Tech?
This is the 7th time you've said it on
Yeah.
a live stream.
And okay, so let's be clear. It clearly stuck with me, which is she had a poncho and I ripped it because I just didn't know what to do with my anger and frustration. And to be fair, she was an autistic kid who hadn't been diagnosed with autism, and I was just like, why aren't you listening to me? But it would have never occurred to me or their mom to physically hit these children. And I'm tired of that being boistered up on social media as some kind of like, yeah, that's what's wrong with kids today. They're not getting the shit smacked out of them. Really?
yeah.
Really?
She
Yeah,
says
just like
she never
easy-
thinks about that moment, by the way.
No, good. I'm glad. I'm glad she does.
Easy in the chat said spankings just made me walk on eggshells, and yeah, that's what it is. It's just that your child is so scared that they don't want to step out of line or do anything.
Right.
It's not that you actually taught them to
Anything.
be behaved. Yeah, they're just scared shitless of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad my kid doesn't think about that, but I do, because that was probably my worst moment as a parent. So anyway, now I have thoughts on this clip too. What do I do about this clip? Let me show you this clip.
Let's see the clip.
All right, here's the clip. Watch the clip. This guy takes his girlfriend to learn how to dance or some such shit.
Oh, step, 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 tap, step, 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 tap, and now you take her left arm, and you go step, tap, step. No. Take it as a basic again. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, tap, 5, 6, 7, tap, and then you're gonna take it over. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from here you're gonna draw down and over.
No. Fuck no. Fuck no.
¿Qué pasó?
Why is that not? That is not allowed. That is not allowed.
Oh, step, step, step.
Okay, so I have so many thoughts on this clip. I have
Give me
so
your
many
reaction first, Jaffy.
Okay, there's a couple of things. First off, really, you're worried about that guy and your girlfriend? I guarantee you. I mean, I'm pretty sure that guy's not interested, but whatever. I don't want to profile, but I'm pretty sure he's not interested. Number one. Number two, I do think the teacher was a little bit, this is all fine, but then this without going, this just, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It seems a little inflammatory. And at the same time, though, if you're going to be a short king, if that's the idea here, you're not, you can't compete like that. You will never compete. I mean, on the rare occasion, but he doesn't have the muscles for it, right? So it's like he just looks like a little insecure bitch. It's like for me, it's like if you really want to sit there and act like I'm defending me and my fiance or girlfriend's honor, it's not because you can scrap with this guy. You've got to find other tools in your toolkit. So I just think, I don't know. I just find it, as the kids say, cringe, his response to this dance instructor.
No. Fuck no. Fuck
Right,
no.
now you
It's
said
like,
your
really?
piece.
No.
No.
Fuck no.
That guy,
Might as well be.
that guy is a content creator who does specifically race-based content like this.
Yeah, I assumed. It takes the fun out of it when you automatically just say, "This is fake. It's rage bait." Talk about it like it's real for me.
Well, not
If
just.
it was real, there's no
so
way that girl's with him. Have you seen that guy? No way she's with him.
You be quiet.
What?
Protect. You're just wrong. I found this in Sarah's room yesterday.
Aww.
At least he's not a drunk like Ernest.
It's like, yeah, I was gonna say it's like Ernest,
So wait, which one is the content creator?
little short guy.
All right, well maybe he makes money and so that's his shtick. I don't know. But the point though is okay, let's assume it's all fake, which it probably is now. Fine. Now,
Yeah.
this scenario is played out every night. Short guys need to figure something else out. I was a short guy. It never bothered me. Never thought of myself as a short guy. But when I see fellow short guys do this, and I know that this is a thing, it's like, it's just a bad fit. You can't, it's like wearing your dad's suit when you were like 8. You can't, it's not for you. This alpha macho, I'm going to kick your fucking, no, you're not. No,
It's
you're
like
not.
10-year-olds stacked on top of each other.
Exactly. It's like you're going to have to find another way. Now, you could pull a gun out. Okay. I don't recommend it, but that would work. But don't act, I don't know. There's something that bothers me about this because I've seen this scenario in real life. Tech, as a fellow man, this doesn't bother you. And you're a short guy. You don't think this guy looks like a moron?
Oh, for the ego pump?
No, not the ego pump. For the like I think he's right to go, whoa, dude, what the fuck? Like this seems.
I don't, because
I mean, unless they're dancing the lambada, the forbidden dance.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it looks like they're taking a type of dance that is a little like saucy and close and like intimate, and you see that the guy is instructing, so it's like.
Right. So, okay.
Did you not know what you were getting into?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like I thought this was swing dancing and he pulls this move that he just made up. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're going to take dance class from a guy and this is kind of one of the moves, I would assume you would know what you're doing before you sign up for the fucking class.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Again, unless the baby comes out with this guy's eyes, I'm pretty sure he's got nothing to worry about at all. I don't know. I just don't like short people.
She should, though.
I don't like short people. I don't like them. Short people.
And I just want to point out, and I'm not being stereotypical, I'm just saying this is my experience in the dance world. Most male dance instructors are gay.
That's my point. She got nothing to worry about. I'm not saying they all are, of course not, but
yeah, they're not all, but the odds of you getting one that is gay,
like a lot of my ex was really into ballet. She wanted to be a professional ballerina, and she was like, most of the dudes were gay. Not all of them, of course, and the ones that weren't made out like bandits, but the vast majority of the guys that she danced with were gay dudes. So I mean. But then there's this, which should make everybody happy. Should make everybody happy, Bunny. Hey, come back now.
Yeah.
Come back to the 5 and Dine, Jimmy Jean.
Where'd it go?
It's coming back.
Come on back now, you heard?
There we go.
Yeah.
God damn it, Jaffy.
Yeah, what are these little things? I've been seeing them.
Labubus.
They're from China, but I don't know why this particular one. I think they're going for $60K, so maybe that's why they're so excited. If you get the secret one, which is this one.
I'm gagging.
I hate the ASMR of it, though. I hate that sound.
Oh my gosh, this is a secret! Oh my gosh!
Tech, look up how much those are worth. The secret Labu.
Yeah, got it.
Labubu. Well, now I want to buy one.
I'm so excited. I know now. I want one.
I know. If they're going for 60K.
Okay, I'm not gonna look, you guys. I'm not looking. Okay, pull it out. I'm not looking.
Okay. There are currently some extremely rare auction level pieces that are secret rares, which go for tens of thousands to over $150,000.
What?
Okay, well then I would get excited too.
Yeah, it depends on the rarity. It depends on the series in which they came in, and the condition of the Labubu. You can find the majority of these secret rares probably go for around anywhere between $500 plus to about $1,000 on the higher end for these secret rares you're seeing on the screen.
Okay, so these things are apparently they're from China. They're one of the few things in China that is starting to make a push into pop culture in the West. And let's see, is this what they were? No, we don't want vinyl. We want stuffed, right? Let's see. $289 to get. That's what we should do. We should do a.
Yeah.
Let's raise money, and we'll order 3 of them. And if we get the secret, we'll split it with the entire chat. How about that, Tech?
Yeah.
Pop Mart, Lafufu, Labubu, the monsters. Exciting.
Yeah, look up Sunny Angels.
What's that?
Sunny Sonny, not SUU. Or yeah, Sonn. So Sunny Angels. This was the trend for like the past 5 years, which is a Japanese blind box company. They're little figurines. I used to have some, but they have different series of like fruits or animals or whatever, right? And they have different hats depending on which one you get. And these also would have
why are they
like
wearing
a secret
any
rare.
Because
that's the theme, Jaffy. That's
they're
the
like
little
naked,
babies.
They're little naked.
Little babies.
Right,
so they would have different series that would come out, holiday sets, all this other stuff. And with Sunny Angels, you get like a secret rare that's worth like $500, right? But the box itself it goes for like $10. $10 to get a little doll.
But these are dead now. Now
would have put in her carrier.
These are no longer the popular go-to. Right now, it's Labubus. But Japan has had a huge scene for blind box stuff for like the past couple decades, and this was like the
I love blind box stuff. I used to do little superhero blind box stuff all the time. I don't do them anymore, but I did back in the day. Anyway, they're excited for their little toys, and that's nice.
That's cool.
I don't know if this is real.
Get.
There's no way that guy's real, right?
135.
You think that's real, or no?
Could be.
Yeah.
How is that real?
I've seen tons of guys. Watched a lot of videos.
35 years old?
I've traveled through the South, Jaffy. A couple of guys like that.
No.
Like, I don't know that he's 135 years old, but
I want to see how old this fucker is. Where is he from? There's no way. Yeah, if I saw him walking towards me in the dark, this guy says, in the woods, he's not making it to 136 years old. There's no way. I would not want to live this long if I had to look like that and be like that. I mean, what the fuck? That's disturbing.
Yeah, fuck him.
That's disturbing as fuck.
God.
I mean,
he seems happy.
He does, and that's a nice thing. What about this lady who, you know,
reacts? Lawyer reacts.
I mean, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know. That's got to be staged, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's one reason why I think that it is. She's got white toenail polish on, and that is a foot fetish thing.
White toenail polish?
Yeah, that's a foot fetish thing.
A lot of guys that are into foot fetish stuff, they prefer white toenail polish for some reason.
All right. Well, I didn't know these things.
For good reason, Bunny. For good reason.
For good reason, I guess.
There you go, fellas. Okay. I don't know, fellas. That's all I got for tonight. What do you guys want to talk about? Are we going to wrap it up? Where are we at? Tech.
It's been a great show.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah,
a good show. I heard you were thinking about doing some demo stuff after maybe.
Yeah, you and I got to talk about the video game stuff. We got to figure out the best way to do it. I've been playing a lot of really great demos lately, and I'm trying to, nobody really likes to watch people play demos necessarily. So maybe I'll capture footage from them. I'm not sure yet, but I want to find a way to talk about the stuff in video games that is still exciting me. It's just not the normal stuff, and I don't know the best way to package that. But
yeah, I have a weird possible tangent for the stream if you want.
Dad.
Yeah, 1 sec.
I know you're streaming, but if I make the potato broccoli situation, do you think if I put provolone on it instead of shredded cheese, it'll still be good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, what's your thing?
Would you want to cover some Discord drama right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
what does that have to do with video games, though?
Well, not video games. This may be more Anthony drama.
Sure. let me go pee first, though.
You cut out. What'd you say?
Let me go pee first.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on it, Bunny. Hold down the show.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, I was looking though. By the way, IGN had a thing up that says how Final Destination Bloodlines used practical effects in the trash compactor scene. When that woman was, I'm like, oh my god, that scene. All right, I'll be right back, Bunny.
Okay. Aw, Philly. Wishing Jaffy a nice pee. That's so sweet. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Oh, I wonder what the Anthony. I love community drama. The community that I come from, that's like all they did was community drama. Like it was a community that was curated on eating itself, and it was the most entertaining shit all the time, constantly, something crazy. Like we had this one guy who was actually the producer of my old podcast that I used to have with another girl. It was called The Hen House. It's pretty infamous in the community that I'm from because it was such a fucking shit show all the time. But our producer told everybody his mama died one time, and then everybody found out his mama didn't die, and it was like a whole big community thing. Y'all would have loved it. I love stupid drama that don't matter. I wish we would cover more stuff like that. Like, that's why I get so excited to talk about the Anthony shit. Because it reminds me of home. Nemo! I love Nemo. Yeah, I love a good shit show. Yeah. Yeah, the more dumb the drama is, the more I'm, like, invested because it doesn't matter. Like, a lot of people were really mad that the guy lied about his mama dying, but I was like, this is the best drama we've had in 6 months.
What'd I miss?
I was telling everybody about some of my old community's crazy dramas. Like my old producer of my podcast lied about his mama dying.
Oh.
Yeah. And people found out he forgot that he had somebody from the community on his personal Facebook, and they were seeing his mama like talk to him and comment on his stuff, and he was like, yeah, I think he forgot I'm on his Facebook, and I know his mama didn't die.
All right, what do you got? What's going on?
Well, there was some Anthony drama on the Thunderdome server.
Well, I got told he wrote me and said, Jaffy Pompish said that you said to ban him or something. Is that true? And I wrote him and said, dude, I don't pay any attention to any of that stuff. What are you talking about? No.
You don't talk to these losers.
No, I don't mean that, but I don't hang out on Discord other than our own Discord. So I'm like, I don't fucking know what's happening in the Thunderdome. Why would I have an opinion about Anthony at all, let alone in someone else's server?
True. I want to finish up the donations for the night. Kay knows with $2 said, if you're worried about the draft, just lose fingers. I agree. Fuck it. Cut off a couple fingers. The shooting ones in particular. And then also $5, Mish, Bobcorn, and the many others whose names are too hard to type. I see you. Let's join forces. And wait, am I going to have to rejoin Discord for Ant drama? Okay, Nubs, you should not leave Discord. You should just understand to use it sparingly. But if you want to listen to the drama,
wait, what is?
I'm going to be. So I mentioned it. I got permission from the Thunderdome moderators to be able to record the call. But when Anthony heard that, he's like, "No, I will not be free content. I will not."
Wait,
then he left.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What happened?
Yeah, what?
I wanted to find out. I got a lot of messages from the community saying Anthony's on a tear again. Anthony's starting some drama. Do you want to come here on the stream? So it was going to be something.
Okay, well, tell me about it. What happened?
I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know what it was. I wanted to hear, and then he heard that we were going to go over there.
Well,
like,
tell one of those guys. Tell Darth Vader to come in here and tell us what's going on.
I can see. Hold on. Give me moments.
Yeah, what's happening?
He's on a tear. Can't he move on? It can't be a tear about our show. What the fuck does he care about our show? We don't even talk about him anymore.
Yeah.
God damn, man.
He's funny.
He's sick is what he is.
He's sick.
Anyway, I don't mean to eat, but I need some energy, fellas.
It's okay.
Okay.
Everyone loves it when you eat.
No, they do.
They say it. I always say it. They're like, this is my favorite part.
You know what, Bunny? Don't tease me.
Yeah. What? They love to bibble.
There you go. You got them right. All right, chat. What are we doing? Where'd my food go? I just had it. Here it is. Okay. So we know we're going to watch 2 movies this weekend. I don't know if I want to make it 3 yet. That's a lot. 3 movies in a row is a lot of goddamn motion picture shows, but maybe. I kind of want to buy one of those big blind boxes of those little dolls now.
Yeah, I'm interested. I want to be excited for no reason. I love that.
By the way, today is our first day. We finally got paid having Madhouse on our own show. We got a check from YouTube today to hit my account. I'm paying out to Bunny tomorrow because I have to go through all the shit and figure out taxes and what I'm paying. And point is, it'll be there in the morning. But thank you guys so much for allowing us to do this show. And thank you so much. It was a very nice check. Nobody's buying Ferraris or even Toyota Corollas, but it was good stuff. And you guys, that's all you guys. So thank you so much for supporting the show.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do you know, Bunny, if I lived in a cheaper part of the country, I would be so in the black on this stream. But I'd have to live in a cheaper part of the country.
Oh.
Because San Diego's just too expensive.
Yeah, that's what, like, when you're all like, oh, move out here. Why in the world would I do that when everything is so cheap here?
Oh, it's so dumb to live here. It's just, there's too many roots
Y'all
at the
come
moment.
on over here.
Well, the South and trans rights doesn't really fill me or Calvin or his friends with a lot of,
Yeah.
They're sick.
I get that.
Yeah, but we're thinking maybe we'll go up north to Oregon or something.
Yeah.
No need to be in SoCal anymore. I love it, but it's really expensive. And if I'm not going to get back in entertainment proper, there's no need to be here. Where do you want to die? What state?
North Carolina.
Okay, you want to die in North Carolina? Cool.
Yeah.
I
love North Carolina.
I have brought those that have the information.
Oh,
Mr. Jaffy.
Soda and Sadness and Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton, also known as Pompish.
What's up, fellas? What's the drama? What's the tea, as the kids say?
What's going on?
Morning to you. The tea is warm, sir.
Please express what's going on that Tech seems to think the audience will care about.
Oh, I don't know about any of that.
Well, that's yeah, go ahead.
We got into some ramblings. We all know how much I love Anthony, right?
Mm-hmm.
So me and Anthony got in a little argument today. So somehow we got around to the fact that Anthony's got to save this dog. So we're down for saving the dog, right? He likes to make out with them. Really important.
Okay.
Important dog to him. He proceeds to show us 2 fucking Wish Gibson guitars that are worth about $250. That claims that it came from Prince for $60,000.
Okay.
So the argument was like he could probably pawn one of the 2 guitars and pay for the dog's surgery.
Of course.
Fair?
Oh yeah, makes sense.
We should do that then, right? We should. I mean, I was thinking, we can find pawn shops, and if I got to get Anthony an ID because his has been punched, then we can get him a new ID if that's what he needs. Or
okay.
I even offered to purchase guitars because I am a collector and fine purveyor of fine axes.
So what? So okay. So what happened? So that sounds viable and great.
He won't sell them to me. My money. My money's not good enough.
He won't sell them to you or to anyone.
Anyone.
Okay, well then that's an Anthony problem at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's like my dog, I love my dog. Well, you love your guitars more. Cool. I understand.
Yeah, but he doesn't want his dogs to live, and he doesn't want me to have his guitars.
So this got him upset, I guess. Well, I don't care.
It was more of the aspect of me saying that I could have his guitars and I could help his dog, I assume.
I don't care. I mean, if the guy is that, if what you're saying is his dog is sick, his dog has been complaining for a very long he's been complaining for a very long time about not having the money, and he wants to raise money from other people's wallets, but he's got a great viable way, which is to sell one of his collectibles, then I would have to say that's a him problem. And at that point,
one of many collectibles, because he was showing them off. He has two fine guitars, and he was just not selling.
How much would those guitars be worth if they had not been?
I offered him $60,000 for one.
Okay, but wait. Assuming Prince had nothing to do with it, how much would they be worth?
$7,000 to $8,000.
Okay, and how much does he need for his dog?
All right, hello.
I would say he needs. I believe he was at top 1,600. His money, the amounts fluctuate. $1,600 is probably the top.
The total he needs is $1,680. Also, by the way, this is Dragon. Dragon, nice to see you. By the way, no slurs, bad words are kind of okay. But
no, I'm good on that. I don't TOS.
Okay.
What up, Dragon? Let me mute up.
All right, what's up?
No, we're just trying to. Good to meet you. We're just trying to figure this out because it's like, even it sounds like the money he needs for his dog is such that even if Prince had never touched a guitar of his, he could still get more than enough money by selling one of the guitars, not even both, to take care of his dog. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, then I have no sympathy for the man, and I don't know what the deal is. Why did he get upset? I mean, what's there to be upset about? You're choosing, and I understand people need money, and maybe he's like, I don't want to have to sell these because this is what I need for my kid's college or this, that, or the other. And I get that, but don't come to other people and ask other people to take a financial hit to save your dog's life when, I mean, that's not their responsibility. So I don't know. I just think it sounds like, so what did he get so upset about? Why were you guys arguing with him? It seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Well, he's very upset because he asked me for money the other night, and I told him no, specifically because he was caught drinking and driving during a VC at one point, and I'm very against that.
Wait, allow me to be ignorant on this. Why would...
Go ahead.
If I ask you for money, do you just give it? Is this how this works? I wasn't aware.
No, that's not exactly how it works, but I do have a soft spot in my heart for pets, and I do not want to see the doggy die, but I will not give you the fucking money if you're a piece of shit.
How old
like
that fucking dog is? I mean, there is a point.
It's his dog.
Yeah,
that's the
I
thing.
understand. I had a dog that we had to finally put down because the vet, after so many years, kept telling us to keep it alive, and finally people saw it and called ASPCA and said, these people are abusing the dog. And we're like, we're not abusing the dog. It's just sick.
Keeping it alive. Yeah, we're not those kind of people.
Right.
So like, Dragon, out of the kindness of his own heart, heard about this dog, heard the sadness in Anthony's heart, and said, I'm going to give you this money. I, as a greedy person, heard that he needed money, and I wanted to purchase his guitars. Dragon's the good person in all this.
So why was Anthony upset tonight? What created his drama that made him so upset? Because it sounds like there was drama.
He's going on to like 3 or 4 topics at this point tonight alone. No, one of them being the dick picture thing kind of thing. That was part of it. Okay, so
yeah, another big one that should be mentioned is Anthony. You know, people have found record of like his DUIs and like the fact that he doesn't have like a active license, which is why he can't like do his DoorDash work, whatever, some other shenanigans. And then on the server last week on the Thunderdome, he was drinking, and then later on he was driving, and we're like, "Why are you drinking and driving, Anthony?" No. Someone else is driving. I promise. Like, who else fucking lives with you, Anthony? Who the fuck is driving you home and around? You were in the car by yourself.
Driver.
Did he admit? Did he admit?
He
to
literally,
driving?
he actually, he said he had to pull over. He literally said he had to pull over.
And the thing is, he won't admit that he's drunk. And my issue is, everyone can tell that I've been drinking tonight. If you heard me start up my car and said, I'm going to go DoorDash, you would know I was drinking and driving. Yeah. That's how that is. And he lies to me. I was going to say looks me in my eye, but like stares at my little beautiful screen saver of this little man that I don't know who he is, and just tells me, I'm not drunk. No, I'm not drunk. And it's like, if you're always drunk and then you're driving and doing DoorDash at any point in time, I just assume you're drunk driving. So if you're Anthony, you're drunk driving if you're driving.
Yeah.
If you're Anthony and you're drunk driving, you're definitely driving. That is correct. It's very obvious when somebody is absolutely fucking wasted like he was, and he says, I have to pull over to check this. Well, I mean, come on, man. Like, why are you going to lie about it on top of it? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, so I understand my thing because I have a show and drama sometimes is helpful and this, that, and the other. But your Discord doesn't make money, or Thunderdome doesn't make money by having this guy. Why is Anthony so, when he's complained about so often in the Thunderdome, and yet he's always there and people are giving him money and people are acting, it's like, why not just
Thunderdome kind of does money off of Anthony in like a roundabout way.
All right, I'm not knocking it. I'm curious because it sounds like this is a guy that you've been friends with for 20 years and you went to college with him, and it's like, dude, this is, we have to have an intervention. It's like, it's Anthony. You guys just met him 4 or 5 months ago, and
that server in particular is a blood sports server, which is it's a common thing that exists on the Discord landscape, where it's just a community of people that join in to have these arguments, to find these people, and to debate these people.
Okay.
Yeah, just make fun of them.
Well, pull Anthony on this show. Let's get some drama out of him. Let's get some content.
I don't think he will come in here.
Yes, he will. Anthony, come in here.
All right, Anthony.
Like
we know you're in the chat.
He's watching. I mean, and he.
Hey, Jaffy. Hey, Bunny. Love you guys.
Wait, what's happening?
Bunny, go ahead and say
I'm
your thing.
saying hello. I forgot to do my little.
Oh, I thought you were.
I was just going to say, communities like this, they're like an ecosystem. Like, they feed off of them. Yeah, it generates its own stories, and I love it.
Okay, well, keep going. I'm engaged. You know what? Speaking of community,
Anthony, and now he won't talk to me.
You did what with Anthony?
I drank just for Anthony, and he won't talk to me now.
Oh, Anthony's sitting there. Anthony's fucking loving this. He is loving it.
He's the content.
I just wanted to be a silly boy. Heck was going to be his good boy. I was going to be a silly boy.
I mean, I don't know, man. I worry about
that
guy a little bit, but not a lot of it. Just a little bit.
Looks like that's all there is to it, Jaffy. I thought I could bring you some stories, some news, but
well.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, we have plenty of Anthony news. Like it's
no, I don't want any. Look, if the guy genuinely feels worried about, he really thinks he's our content, then I don't need any Anthony news. Give me some other news if you guys got some. But I think the guy suffers from massive delusions of grandeur or something. So I don't need any Anthony in my life unless you guys got something really good. But it sounds like he's just doing more Anthony shit.
Yeah, the delusions of grandeur are our fault. I will blame us for that.
What do you mean? He thinks he played with Prince or something? I mean, that's him.
Well,
right?
Actually, wait, David Jaffy. Yeah, he was trying to show off some guitars tonight. All right, he is that delusional.
Yeah, really fancy, expensive guitars. But the issue that I've had is I enjoy telling him that I'm sorry. And he's probably listening. I'm not sorry. I don't want to be
sorry.
I'm sorry, Dragon. I have to finally break the troll. I don't want to be his friend. I don't. Every night I sit there and I say, "Hey, Anthony, come back. I'm sorry." And I do like this stupid little apology. Everyone's heard it over and over again, and it's so dumb. And I'm just the fingers and everything. Like, I'm sorry. I don't want to be your friend, Anthony.
You know who we are real friends with, though? Nemo, thank you for the $10. Choo choo, Mish. Honey, you're the best. And then Mish follows with another $10 and says, "Choo choo, Nemo, heart."
Oh, there's love going on.
Beautiful.
K-Nubs hops in.
K-Nubs.
Hello, K-Nubs. What's up, buddy?
But yeah, Anthony, you can sit in front of that fucking train.
Wow.
But see, now you gotta apologize again. You gotta do it one more time after you've said
I'm sorry that I told you to kill yourself again, Anthony. Fuck.
Like how every single time.
So was somebody lying to him? Because he said Pompish told him that he was that I wanted him banned from the Thunderdome.
Yeah, that was another thing claimed.
That was a thing. Yes. Apparently that was brought up at one point.
I told him that you don't like him.
Thank you, Mitch, for the choo-choo.
I'm more worried about him, and I don't dislike any human. I feel bad for the guy.
Nemo! Chugga chugga Mish, love train coming through. Just ran over Anthony and his dog. Yeah, fuck that.
The dog jumped out of the way. Anthony got hit twice.
Yeah, the dog survived and lived another 20 years.
But he's not the kind of guy that I would want to be like, let's go to the movies or anything. No, but I feel bad for him.
Me?
What's that?
Would you go to the movies with me?
I don't like white people.
Well,
I'm not
what
white.
is an activity that
I see your avatar.
You think that's me?
No, I'm kidding.
So I found this guy.
I know that's not you. I'm kidding.
You know where I found the picture?
No, I have no idea.
An adult
What
adoption.
activity would you do with Anthony if you had to go out and do something?
I would go
Anthony?
bowling with Anthony, and then I would like
bowling. Yeah.
meet him in the parking lot for like an unsolved mystery on true crime.
I want to go drinking with Anthony, but Mish with another $10.
Thank you,
Mish. K-Nubs, come back to Discord, he says. I miss you, K-Nubs.
Why did K-Nubs ever leave the Discord?
He said in the side chat, it's because he was noticing that he was disregarding a lot of the real life stuff and friends that he had. He was like, Discord takes up a lot of time for him. So he was like, I'm going to take a break.
Oh, okay.
But text your real friend.
He's got more Goosebumps books to read.
Do you know what? Another Anthony drama thing was he was like, I'm compiling a list of moments of Jaffy saying that he hates Tech Protect. You're only there because of Sarah Tech. You better understand your place, okay? I provide content to Jaffy.
I guarantee
you haven't done jack shit to.
So why would she still be there then? If like that was the reason, right? Huh?
Okay, do you think he's delusional? Is what's happening?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean,
this man is so obsessed with himself. The other night, he literally told me, hang on, let me pull up the DM.
But do you, Bunny, what were you going? Bunny, you said what now? He what?
I think he's drunk.
Right.
I think that's what it is.
But okay, so you don't think he really believes all of this shit in the cold light of sobriety, right?
I don't know. I tried to get
like that he actually
I've ever really.
Because he will never find a clip where he says where I'm saying
Anthony, welcome to the call.
He will never find a clip where unless I'm joking says I hate Tech Protect. You'll never find
why
that.
are you guys always fucking with me?
Who is calling?
I'm the content.
Put your face on so I know it's. I don't believe this is Anthony.
It's not him, dude. It's not
him. Who cares if I get a DUI? I'm 48. Quit telling me what to do.
You are not Anthony. This is not even. Come on.
Another thing, Jaffy. I don't know if I mentioned this to you before.
Why would you pretend to be Anthony? There's so many people you can pretend to be, and that's who you pick.
Okay. I got drunk just like a
content.
Anthony. I want to be the
content.
You guys better be careful.
I need to react to.
I will react in a moment, but you guys need to be careful if you really are fucking with Anthony. Okay, because he could.
I'm one step closer to the edge.
He could call Keemstar.
Did you know that I'm Prince, though?
Yeah, we would all be in trouble.
All right, Anthony has also gotten upset with me. So I kind of laid down the law with Anthony about 2 weeks ago, right?
I'm right here.
With you. I had a long. It was like a 3-hour call. There was a lot of people there. It was in the Thunderdome again. We were arguing because I find it deplorable. I sent you the message you sent me saying like, you and Jaffy aren't shit. I fucking have so
Shut
much.
up, Tech. I fucking hate you.
I can take you down. Remember that, Jaffy? The message where he's like, I have so many connections in the music industry. If I wanted to destroy Jaffy's channel, I could. He's like, but you're lucky I like Sarah. You remember that message?
I kind of do, and I'm like, what are you?
We related over ketamine.
It's like, what kind of connections do you need to just get? What are you, Mossad? It's a YouTube channel. It's not a fucking bunker in Iran.
I don't know what his thing is. I didn't know it till like 2 days ago, but I was in like just a little call about this big, and he said something like, if Tech wasn't in the picture, I would send a dick pic to Sarah.
Look, I didn't mean to send the dick pic. I was making an egg salad sandwich.
Yeah, look,
I got my dick caught in the ceiling fan. Oh,
yeah, the beef that happened between me and Anthony. Ultimately, I was like, look, I don't like and I don't appreciate you talking to Sarah. Right? She never DMs you. She never talks to you directly. You'll see her like talk to other people, and you'll jump in trying to have a conversation with her because she's a kind person. She's like, I don't want this sad guy to feel left out.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah. So I was like, look, just stop messaging her. He's like, are you so insecure? You know that I'm like the better guy. Like you're think she'll leave you for me.
46 years old, Anthony. I would hope my daughter would never date a 46-year-old man, moron.
48. I'm 48.
Yeah, now he runs with the narrative saying that like Tech is insecure because he told Sarah not to talk to me, and he's telling me not to talk to her. He knows like it could happen at any moment. He knows that it's just me not doing it because if I wanted to.
Anthony, let me be clear about my beautiful daughter Sarah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you realize if you told her that you played with Prince, she would think you're talking about the guy in Snow White? She doesn't know. There's nothing about you that's impressive to her.
Haven't you seen his hair? His hair is like.
You know what's absolutely crazy?
You guys fucking with
everybody,
me.
please. I'm saying the stage. Rickless Rage, owner of the Thunderdome, co-owner, is here to give a message.
Yeah, so now he's threatening to sue. You've all been officially warned, I suppose. Here. So I'm gonna drop these fucking DMs. You guys can pull them up on stream.
But wait, he's threatening. Wait, he's threatening to sue who for what?
Here, I'll post it in. I'll post it in.
Well, I don't want to bring up anybody's Tech. You can look at it and decide what to bring on. I'm not looking to, make any out. But I don't think anybody has said anything tonight that.
Yeah. Send it to me. I'll go over it.
That runs
a kind of a race trader.
Yeah, you can't.
All right,
you
Jaffy,
can't sue someone for defamation because they say they don't like you, Anthony.
This is all your fault, Bunny.
Jaffy, here I go.
I know he did.
I'm going to do Anthony and I'm going to do Rickless Rage. Right?
Okay, but just be aware, though, before you present it, these are private, and I don't want our channel to get in trouble. So
our server has rules that if mods ask for the DMs, we can listen to it, we can look at it.
Right.
And Rickless is a member of our server, and we're going to look at his DMs. He has given us permission. It is not a two-party consent state. All right, Anthony. Don't ever give permission to stream without my permission again. I'm not joking. I have legal documents proving out my separation from Jaffy. It's slander, and I won't hold back.
Oh my God.
Says,
wait, stop. You have legal documents proving out your separate. We weren't married, Anthony. We weren't married, pal. Now. You have no legal documents proving anything with me. I've never signed a contract.
My client would.
You're upsetting my dog.
I love it.
Anthony, don't speak. My client is not dealing with this.
I want to do the presentation. Hold on. Rick responds, listen, fucker, it's my Discord. I can do whatever I want. If you don't like it, leave. Fuck off out of my DMs. Anthony, fair enough. I'll leave. Rick,
he has not left, by the way.
People can stream whatever the fuck they want if I give them permission. You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do. Anthony. I have legal contract. Jaffy can't stream my likeness or voice.
No,
I'm
you
informing
don't.
you officially now. Parentheses. Rickles. Sounds like something between you and Jaffy. I don't care.
I would love
Anthony.
to see this contract that has
You
nothing to do
would
with me.
care if I contested it after informing you. Rickles. Yeah, if you want to sue me, go ahead, bro.
You
Anthony.
can't afford $1,600 to take care of your dog. Are you aware that you can't get pro bono lawyer? It's not like the state assigns you an attorney.
My client pro bono. I'm representing my client pro bono.
Nah. Anthony then responds with a single hard-hitting word. Deal. And that's it. Those are the DMs.
Yep. What a fucking loser! I give him a lot of leeway, as you know, Tech. But now he's on my shit list.
Yeah, what a fucking guy.
I feel you guys be nice.
Wears off.
He's
All in
probably
for
very sad and very lonely, and I'm
glad he's sad and lonely, Jaffy.
No, I
Fuck
know.
that guy.
I don't suggest that you owe him anything, or any of you or me owe him anything. But you gotta imagine he's probably a real lonely. I mean, I guess he has a daughter who he doesn't talk to. That's got to be heartbreaking. He's probably, like you guys are saying, an alcoholic. To which point, and he's not in any kind of recovery if he is an alcoholic, which has to be causing absolute chaos in his life. I'm not forgiving any of his actions, but I don't know. I just feel bad for the guy, frankly. I mean,
I tried to be his friend. Do you have someone trying to be your friend?
I don't want to be his
Jaffy?
fucking friend. I'm just saying.
No, not him. I'm saying, what do you have me trying to be your friend? I'm not trying to be your friend every day.
Okay.
Me. I'm not nice to most people.
Okay.
I try my best every day.
I understand.
Tell him.
Oh,
me
I
and
see.
you
You're trying to help
against
him, is
the
what you're
world.
saying.
Yeah.
Bold Alpha Wolf, thank you for the 5 gifted. I also want to point out.
Thank you, Bold Wolf. We appreciate it, buddy.
People who have been following all of the bullshit, right? I have stuck my neck out for Anthony to give him the opportunity to try and pull back and become less of this character. He's mentioned multiple times he's playing it up. It's not who he truly is. He's trying to be this content thing for someone he loves, who is David Jaffy. I told him, you don't need to. No one's asking you to. Okay, you can relax. You can enjoy the stream. You can be here. It's friendly. But action after action after action, fucking leeway after leeway, it's horrendous. I gave him the invite to the Thunderdome. I was like, this is a community where you can engage in all these weird, funky behaviors. You can do your thing. People will talk to you. And even then, he's like, fuck you, Tech Protect. I can have the owners of that server ban you. They like me more than you. I'm their favorite. And immediately it was disproven. It was like, no, motherfucker. Like, you are here.
It's
on
my
the good
favorite.
graces. Yeah, I'm tired of the guy, right? It's gotten to the point where even Sarah, who is so friendly to everybody around her, right, is like, it's kind of weird. It is kind of gross. I don't like that.
And there's the problem with that.
Yeah, her point was, why is it that he tries to utilize me, like Sarah, right? Why is Sarah being utilized as a way to get back at Jaffy to be like, look, his daughter likes me. That's fucking gross. That's the cringe part of the whole.
Well,
that's what really got me upset.
Sarah has a right to like whoever the fuck she wants to like, but
she doesn't like him.
Well, right. So, I don't know, man. I think the guy needs some therapy. I mean, look, if his only friend in his life is his dying dog.
How old are you, Jaffy?
How old am I?
45.
55. 54, I think.
54. Oh, yeah,
Such
yeah,
a
yeah.
man. I don't know how old I am. What a man thing.
His age.
I don't even know how old. Yeah, something like that.
We'll just say it. Yeah, we'll just say it. Close to it. Close enough. If you acted like that, what the hell is that? Yeah, no, I wouldn't respect any part of you.
Well, yeah. But I can still feel for the guy. I mean, think about it.
I feel for the guy.
I don't have alcoholism. I've seen it displayed on screen. I had an uncle that was an alcoholic. I know that has got to be an absolute beast of a disease to deal with. And I'm not saying he is an alcoholic, but it sounds like he is from what you guys say. And, it probably has just wreaked havoc on his life. For all I know, he was a great guitar player and he could have played with Prince at some point. and he shat the bed because he couldn't stop drinking. I'm making this up. I don't have evidence of this. I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know. My default is I feel for the guy. I feel for him, but I don't want to hang out with him if that's what you're asking. No fucking way.
Yeah, no, it's because you're a good person. That's why you feel bad for him.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, you're a good person.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how I was raised, baby. Oh no, what happened? What happened, Bunny?
She's muted.
Why'd you mute yourself, Bunny?
You're muted, Bunny.
Oh, I don't remember doing that. But I was just saying, on paper though, he's a great character.
Oh yeah, well, but he needs to to fucking get his ass in here so we can make some content out of him.
Has he slid into your DMs, Bunny?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he sent me pictures of his guitar that Ace Frehley sent him. That gave him.
Well,
Wait, you're telling me he managed to send pictures other than his cock to women? That's crazy.
I stopped talking to him well before he had a chance.
No, you remember that one
recognized
lady?
Immediately he was.
I think you were too famous for him just to swing.
We've mentioned on stream before, and Bunny, I think you're okay with this talking because we talked about it on stream. You know, there was the moment where he reached out to Bunny. I think he was drunk. He was like, I just want you to know, your nudie pictures, they exist online, and people have found them. Okay, I'm looking out for you, and I promise I won't jack off to you tonight.
Like you said that?
What a gentleman. What an actual gentleman.
Not that I won't jack off to you ever. It was like, and tonight I'm not going to be jacking it to you.
But you know what? Tomorrow night in the bath, I will be thinking about you.
If Anthony calls into the show 2 to 3 times a week, I will give him 1% of whatever we make every month off Madhouse. Because Bunny's right. He is content. He's not. But here's the deal, Anthony. You're not the content. But are you a train wreck happening in slow motion? Yeah, you are.
By the way, it might be a good moment to bring up, Bunny. We talked about it before the show about adult content stuff. Do you want to mention it?
Mention what?
Mention what?
We talked about it before the show.
What?
Talked about what?
Cam stuff.
Oh yeah. What about it?
You want to mention
with the Boogie stuff? Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm going back to Cam.
Yeah, Bunny Blind will be returning to the Cam world.
I am too.
And we might have some Madhouse content on the Cam stream.
Will you be drawing? Will you be drawing on your Cam stream?
Draw?
Doing your draw?
Some art?
Oh yeah. I do some body. But the thing is, I'm probably gonna be doing it before Madhouse, so I probably ain't gonna be painting on myself before.
No, not on yourself. Just paint.
All right, I just wanted to drop the logs, but it was good seeing y'all. Have a good one, boys.
If there's anyone else in the server, Rick, right now that wants to mention it, we're streaming for a little bit longer. You send them over.
Yeah, I'll send them
I'm
over.
going to go too, guys.
Love you, Rick.
You have a good night.
Love you,
All right. Love you guys.
See you guys.
Mwah.
We're gonna cycle people out, Soda. We'll see you soon.
Later.
I don't know. I you know, look, I just
Kane knows the $2 says Anthony 100 times a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I do feel for the guy, but you know, it is what it is. And I don't deal with him as much as those guys do. Clearly those guys talk to him a lot. I think I would lose my fucking mind if I had to talk to Anthony as much as you guys do when you're hanging out in the goddamn Thunderdome. I would jump off a fucking bridge. Okay, Darth Nugget says Jaffy's clearly full of shit when he says he feels for Anthony. Otherwise, he wouldn't milk him for content. He's not being milked for content. He is content because he's such a weirdo at times, and people seem interested.
To come around.
But I assure you, it's not like I go to tech and go, what are we going to do tonight if Anthony doesn't come up? I didn't bring up Anthony tonight. That was tech.
Two things to note here. Yeah, Darth Nugget. It's not like Jaffy is like searching for this stuff. Anthony has been banned from the server for, I think, a month now, and he just remains talking about it over and over everywhere he goes. And again, maybe it's my fault that I brought him into some other communities because I was like, lonely man, give him an opportunity to not be this weirdo here. But that's what he likes to do. And then also disliked, thank you so much for letting us know. He says, I got to go, but rest easy. I won't beat off to Jaffy tonight. Thank you. It's like tomorrow, pre-game.
I don't give a shit. Pay me.
What?
Canadian Connor.
Oh, don't come at me with your attitude, fucker, for beating off, for giving him his fat material.
Alrighty. I'm waiting
Connor,
for this one.
Have you interacted with Anthony in the past, Connor?
Absolutely, 100%.
Do you feel like we are taking advantage of him, milking him for content, or do you feel like
No, well, first of all, he's an absolute alcoholic. Coming from a former alcoholic, he's 110% alcoholic.
Okay.
I know the signs. It's there. That's what it is. So that's what it is. I get what you're saying. You know, I feel bad for him. You know, like maybe only has his stuff. Like, you're right. Alcoholism is an absolute horrible friggin' disease. I've had a hell of a time dealing with it. I've been to the hospital 3 times, almost dying, puking up blood. Like it gets to that point. It's like you just feed yourself it. But anyway, I don't want to get into that. But you are right, Jaffy. It's horrible. But at some point, you got to pick yourself up and like fucking get your shit together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 I more so wanted to talk about the Trump stuff that's going on.
Okay, go.
All right. Well. You don't think he should have done what he did in Iran?
He's talking about like the bombing of the nuclear sites.
I mean, so look, based on what, if what is being said by certain people in our government is true, which is Iran was weeks or days away from having enough enriched plutonium to make bombs that they were then going to give to Hamas and ship to sleeper cells in America, and it was the whole WMD thing from Iraq, then I would say it's still a very hard choice to say, does America need to act unilaterally before anyone else has attacked us? But I think it's a 50-50 and a meaningful decision that is very hard for any leader of any political party to make. If you listen to other people and say that this was just horse shit and this is more of the same WMDs that aren't really there and there was never a threat, then I would say no. But I don't have any way of knowing what the real reason was any more than the people at the time had any way of knowing that we were being lied to about Vietnam or Desert Storm 2.
I would like to broach
although we knew in Desert Storm 2, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. An overcompensating concept that probably would better align to see where we're at with this type of like issue. Yeah. This is for Bunny and Jaffy, because I'm interested in Bunny's take since she's not as political leaning. Do you view the United States as like the world's police force for ensuring peace globally? Do you think that's a valid argument for the United States to have when we engage in foreign policy?
It's an argument.
You're asking Bunny, not me, right?
Bunny and you, but Bunny first.
Well, Bunny first, yeah.
She wasn't paying attention.
I was absolutely listening to everything you said.
I'll say it again. The words I used were in Spanish, so I understand. Bunny and Jaffy for later. Do you think there is an argument to be made that the United States should engage as like the world's police force to ensure peace globally, and when it comes to like foreign relations and foreign conflict?
In my professional opinion, which I respect, I don't think I'm qualified to even have an answer for that. I don't know.
I think that has never really ever been the case. I think it is framed that way when it helps sell the war or the money that needs to be spent. But I think there are plenty of horrific things that have happened on America's watch that if we were the world's policeman, we would have done something about. I understand that America has to look out for their best interests and for their own interests, but I wish that a lot of Americans would wake up and understand that the only people that this government looks out for, and I don't just mean Trump's government, I mean the American government and most governments, are the top 1%. And if we get some scraps that fall from the table to benefit from their trillions that they make, then good for us. But I don't think we're the world's policeman. I think that's a total fabrication designed to push the political football, depending on where we're at.
I think we set a precedent back in the 1900s with like our big stick policy, right? Under I'm forgetting his name. I blank names a lot. Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah.
And how we handled a lot of Central America, Southern American like policy and conflicts. I mean, we've set that standard since then.
Yeah, but do you actually think? Okay, but just be clear. You think it was out of the goodness of our heart because we thought there was a wrong being done? I mean, if that's the case, there were plenty of other hot spots we could have parachuted into at the same time. Why?
I think we have.
Okay.
I think personally, and this is more for my political leaning. I think that there has to be one of the major superpowers engaging in these practices to ensure that there is peace globally. And if it's not the U.S., I'm scared about who it would be outside of us.
But there's not.
I mean, we did it for.
There's not peace globally.
Well, in the attempt of pursuing it, right? I know it's hard. It's hard to do. We've done it in some places. You could argue Vietnam is much more peaceful than it was when it was doing its like civil war and stuff. But we did it for Vietnam in '65. We did it for Lebanon in '58. We were in the Dominican Republic in '65. Grenada in '83. We've done a lot of operations to kind of quell uprisings and or leanings towards non-democratic views of dictatorships and stuff. Do I think we should still engage in that practice? That's a different like argument now that we're in the age of like information.
It's done in. It's not done in because their heart is in the right place. It's done because if we do that, it allows us to prosper. It allows America to continue.
There's direct personal gain that America gets from doing these stuff, right? Like especially like the Gulf War in the '90s, right? Afghanistan, Iraq.
But what's your question? Should we be doing that? I mean, I honestly don't think
it's a valid position for politicians in the U.S. to use to say like us being one of the major superpowers, if not the biggest, which I think we are, the biggest superpower in the world. We should try and stop terrorism. We should try and stop dictatorships. We should try and pursue.
We should try and stop it over here. Of course.
Externally.
We can't even stop it over here. Look, I think if you really are a democracy, or a republic or whatever, I think the idea that you're going to go into anyone else's country and be their police force is pretty fucking arrogant and stupid, unless shit's happening over there that's going to hit us over here. Otherwise, look, I mean, I would love for us to deal with genocide, and assuming we weren't busy contributing to sometimes genocide, I would love for us to, take care of people, but can we maybe take care of our own people first? I just don't. I think it's all rah-rah patriotism bullshit, and I don't think it's ever been that way. So I think there is a scenario.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Please go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can you continue? I don't want to.
I do. I've been wanting to interject for a while.
So
yeah,
again,
from
my position, I'll let Canadian Connor respond. I think it's a little short-sighted. I'm not a fan of like the ultra-nationalist position that some of the people on the right have, where they say, America's failing so much right now that the only priority should be like self-governance and self-improvement. I think that because America is such a strong player, if not the strongest player in international conflict and foreign policy, we kind of have a duty to underrepresented populations like in Syria, right, or in Libya, to help those citizens out that are being victims of like dictators.
They gas their own people.
Yeah, like especially. I'm not a fan of the results of Syria. It's still an ongoing conflict. But a ton of Syrian
That's a load of horseshit.
Civilians.
It's a load of horseshit.
No, it is. The Syrian stuff has been proven by multiple.
No.
No.
What's a load of horseshit is you don't get to first off, you shouldn't be so arrogant to assume that your way is the right way that these countries need. But let's assume for a moment we're saying, fuck it, that's the way it's going to be. Let's assume,
Jaffy, real quick. Can I move you out of Discord and you reset it up on OBS because you're cutting out again?
Well, how does that work?
You have.
Remember, if I disconnect you from, if I move you from Discord, call back, it'll fix because right now your mic is cutting out. All right, so make sure to set it up in OBS.
We're not doing OBS. We're not doing this ever again.
What a forward young man you are.
Also, hi Izzy. Did you want to talk politics with Jaffy? Izzy, Jaffy,
You gotta fight Izzy on politics. This should be fun.
But so all I'm saying though is assuming for the moment that you
Make
can
sure the Discord is set up for OBS, Jaffy.
It is. Oh, I see. What
OBS is it set up?
Yeah, we're not using Discord anymore. This is bullshit. But assuming for the moment that
I like it.
Okay, assuming for the moment that we are trying to help other countries with our own morality that we assume is acceptable. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe the world's too complicated to, who knows? But it's hard to take that moral high ground when we also make deals with dictators and we make deals with bad countries that have horrible policies. It's like, who's deciding that we're going to be the world's policeman and at the same time have, zero problem being allies, with certain countries that still are horrible for not just women's rights, but human rights in general.
If America doesn't do it, the next one is going to.
Do what?
Like, seriously.
They're going to do what?
That is the biggest problem. Well, they're going to engage in foreign policy that changes how regimes work in certain countries. And wait
a minute then. If you're talking about doing it simply because it's good for America and our interests, sure, that's what we've always done. You're not
somebody else is going to do it if they don't.
Yeah, but at least if you define it with that motivation, sure, I understand it. But the idea that we're going out there and we're the good guys and we're going to make things great for everybody, that's where I say that's a lot of propaganda horseshit.
We're not the good guys. Are you kidding me? We're pieces of shit.
That's all we do.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said all we keep doing is toppling regimes over and over.
We do that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they just get replaced by worse shit. Just look at the fucking 60s to 80s. What happened to the Middle East?
So, if somebody kept threatening to blow up your house, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit there and say, please don't? Or are you going to throw a friggin' rock at them?
I'm going to say, Anthony, stop calling me.
My point is that we caused that. They weren't like this super theocratic, insane fucking ideology across all of the Middle East until we caused it because they retreated to it.
That's fine. You threaten to nuke my family, I will turn your house to glass. That's my way of looking at it.
Who's threatening to nuke your family?
My point.
Well, okay.
If Iran is threatening to nuke my country,
yeah, but Iran is not threatening to nuke your country.
Yeah, they do. They do all the time.
I will say there are direct claims and calls to action from Iranian politicians, and the biggest politicians, saying like death to America, death to the West.
Okay. And we also have, but wait, there's a difference between somebody in a government says and policy, right? America, the fucking president was like a lot of these countries are shithole third world countries, right? I mean, the fact is, unless there is a policy against, and there might be, by the way, depending, that Iran is like, our official goal is to nuke civilian populations in America, then we're talking about something very, very different. But they're like, hey, we didn't start this. You guys bombed us, and we now have the right to retaliate. I hope they don't.
Retaliate with what? They have nothing left.
No,
yeah, and I do want to point out
that depends who you ask, but
I've made this point before. The Death to America chants that happen in like political rallies in Iran. The direct claim, and it is a part of their official like slogans, right? It's Marbag America. I think that's how you pronounce it. which is directly translated to "Death to America." A lot of the politicians, when that phrase started getting popularized, are talking about death to you, like American policy in the Middle East. So, and that is their position, but the direct words are "death to America." So it's hard for the nuance there.
With Iran, our own intelligence, all the intelligence that we've had is that they do not have nuclear capability, including the Secretary of State, that stupid piece of shit from Hawaii. Yeah. Fucking Gabbard.
Yeah, Gabbard's claim was not that they have nukes ready.
She said that they didn't have the capability 90 days ago.
So what? We just let Iran build until it's too late.
Yeah. So the claim they did make publicly from the U.S. government was they are stockpiling enriched uranium at rates which is unheard of for countries that just use it for nuclear power. If they were to start converting the enriched uranium into nuclear warheads, they have the resources to do so. But we're not sure if they have the ability.
All right, well, answer me this. Forget all that for a moment and just take the fact that they are saying first Israel, which was the reason they attacked, and now the United States attacking Iran. Let's say for the moment that it's not true, that it's a total lie, which I think is 50-50 at this point. What was the reason that Israel and then America itself would do this if it wasn't for that? I understand.
They're NATO.
Well, NATO wasn't attacked, so
I know. Well, but they're allies, is what I'm saying.
Israel is not a NATO.
Oh, I'm sorry. America
failed, so he wanted to seem strong.
But I didn't mean NATO. They're allies.
Israel was not attacked by Iran.
Yes, they were. Have you been watching the firefight for the last week?
That was after that's after Israel launched first, though. That didn't come from Iran. Yeah. You think Iran just started shooting missiles at Israel? My guess is
there's a lot to unpack here.
No, you just don't have an answer.
Okay, so if I can, it's not that Iran directly
right. They're accusing them of funding Hamas and Hezbollah.
Well, it is confirmed. There is a record done, investigations done by
right.
outside of the U.S.
I agree,
or Israel,
and they probably
Hezbollah,
do. Yeah,
Hamas, the PIJ, which is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Right. Yep.
The Shia militants, and it's been proven that they get funding and they get munitions.
Oh, no doubt. Right.
Yeah. So,
and if they're okay, so hang on. So if they're saying we know they fund our direct enemies, and we have evidence to say that these guys are days away from having nukes that our enemies will get and destroy us.
Then approach Congress.
What?
Then approach Congress.
No, Israel doesn't have to approach Congress.
No. I'm saying us.
I know. I'm talking about Israel first, though. So
why should we have to fight through Congress? Like just
because that's the legal way.
I'm right. Okay. Wait.
The legal way.
Real quick. Jaffy's gonna say his point. Kanos gave $5 to say America flub, coming to save the motherfucking day. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Kanos. We appreciate it. I'm saying if Israel has an action, if Israel says, which we all agree, Iran funds a lot of these terrorists, and Israel says they're about to have nukes, let's assume that's not the truth, because it seems 50-50 at this point. Then why would Israel use that to attack Iran? Because they're just thinking, as much as they may not have nukes, we can use this preemptive attack motivation to go in, because eventually they are still funding these terrorist cells. Is that what's the assumption if they're lying about Iran actually being days away from having nukes? What would the reason they and then America threw in with this?
I have information. Yeah, but Izzy, if you want to go, since you were stopped earlier.
Oh, I mean, like I was saying, if he had valuable information on supposed nuclear capability, seek congressional approval. That is the legal way that you do things in the United States.
It's actually not. It's actually
power to declare war.
Yeah, but
that is the legal way.
It's not. You're wrong.
Yes, it is.
No,
okay, then bring the source up. Bring the source up.
The source is the president has 90 days before he has to get approval from Congress, and then they have to vote to whether or not give him the money to keep funding it. But he has a 90-day window before that where he can basically do whatever the fuck he wants, which is not. I don't like that, but
I don't agree with
that's
it either.
the truth.
The U.S. president does
declare
have
war.
To declare war, yes, but he also has the
To
ability
send
to
stuff.
to engage in military action
Right.
foreignly.
I mean, Trump
If
can
it's a-
declare whatever he wants. Trump has also
He's POTUS.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. But Trump has also said, we officially in America, I have an executive order that recognizes there are only 2 genders. It's like, great, Trump.
Yeah. So
nobody
a couple
cares what he
things.
declares. It's not a legal declaration of war until Congress signs it. But that doesn't mean he can't take military action for 90 days before Congress chooses to cut the funding, which they never will with this guy. But that's the way it works.
I have 2 things to point out. One, first, the most important thing. Are you going to give some ice cream to that kitty cat bunny? Look at that cat.
Oh,
He
the
wants some ice
baby.
cream.
Look at him. He's like, this is bullshit.
Does he get a little ice cream?
You know,
It's got strawberries in it. Can he have that?
I'll look
That's
it up.
okay.
I'll look it up.
So while he's googling
sitting here on the
that,
sidelines.
the next position, Israel as a country, whether you agree that they should be or not be, right? They are acting as a country for their people currently.
It's safe, buddy.
Safe. They have reported, and other third parties have confirmed involvement in direct attacks against Israel through terrorist acts from the Iranian government. The support of Hezbollah, the support of the militants in Syria have also been additional reasoning for Israel to have a more aggressive and standoffish take with Iran. And the entire history of them like being anti-Zionist is also going to be supportive for why that country would act. I don't agree with some of these. And then one of the most recent ones, outside of just nukes, Iran has been bolstering its long-range missile technology and deployment over the past 5 years at rates much higher than what would be expected from a country that's not currently like a country. Now, if that's fair enough, I'm not to say I don't run a fucking country, but if the U.S. was right next to Iran like that, if they were that close, I'd be a little bit more supportive of the U.S. engaging in actions similar to what Israel has.
There's no good guys in this situation. Like, the whole thing just fucking sucks. Like, as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, the only good guys are the brave and proud Iranian citizens that are adamantly against the war efforts. They don't want fighting on either side. There has been a huge movement in Iran recently, in the past couple decades, saying that we should kind of tone down our rhetoric about death to America, even if it's just like the policy thing, or death to Israel, death to the Jews.
No one really knows. That's the other thing, is there's people in Iran that say they would like it to go back. The young people want it to go back to like the 70s when the Shah was there, and it goes back, gets out of all this fundamental
before
Islam.
the U.S. CIA took over, did the whole coup
right.
thing.
But I mean, it's end of the day, the smartest response really is Bunny's response. I hate to say it like that, but the fact is there's just too much data, and we don't know what Iran really. No, you don't. You don't know what Iran really wants. You don't know what the majority wants because they can't express it. They have no internet right now.
Well,
They've cut the internet out.
Yes and no.
No, there's no yes and no. You've got a young
They
generation.
cut the internet out for a reason.
Look,
yeah, of course.
Currently,
they cut it
the
out.
last official survey about how the public feels about the like slogans of like "Death to America," "Death to the Jews," "Death to this," was in 2002 when it had 79% public support. Non-official statisticians going in there to try and survey the populace say that is now more so a minority view. It's probably like 40%. A lot of them, I mean, because most people like who wants to be in war? Like generally, like who the fuck I want to engage in conflict. I want to risk my country's safety.
Wait a minute. Again, this is the thing. When the Taliban happened and 9/11 happened, everybody in America was so quick to be like, oh, how can these people be so backwards? And how can they want this life? They must want what we have, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that still holds for me. I think most people, if they had the choice, would choose freedom. But or not that we have total freedom, but more than they have in extreme Islam. But the truth is, America's becoming that with Christian nationalists. There are literally people who are okay with all kinds of people's rights being taken away, people being pulled off the street. There was a video clip today of a bunch of people standing out in front of the White House that were part of Trump's team, literally praying to Jesus and speaking in tongues. Okay, so this idea that the crazy only goes one way, I think is not correct. And so
I agree. And again, as much as you guys have known me to be like a centrist, right? I love America. I support American policy, foreign and domestic, in most cases. Iran is a particularly unique perspective and existence in the Middle East. It's 61% identify as Persian, and Persian history is beautiful. It is deep. It is iconic, right? They are like a outsider in the Middle East almost as much as like Israel is, right? Them not being a particularly Arab nation, right, with Arab cultural history, has caused a lot of the citizens there to not have the same value system that we would have seen in like Iraq or Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan. And so I think there is a better solution here for policy change within the country itself that does not require military intervention from the U.S. I just think that currently, with the leadership they have and the antagonistic views that their leading politicians portray, that it's leading them towards this type of engagement with Western countries like Israel, like the United States, like NATO. So, I mean, it hurts my heart. I love Persian history. I love history from all countries. I'm a scholar in a sense, but it's sad to see that this seems to be go-to. I don't know what's going to happen. Also, Split Fries Media is saying the ceasefire status is unclear after Israel reports continued missiles from Iran. I think that is just happening now, actually. I'll look into it.
It says, no one knows.
Yeah. Is there something live going on right now?
Well, I mean, there's still nobody really knows.
Oh, I mean, that ceasefire was obviously fake because they're still fucking bombing each other.
Yeah.
Wait, can I say something? I have a question about that.
Yeah.
What's
up? Go right ahead.
What's your guys' thoughts on like the U.S. bombing like Iran, the nuclear sites, and like that now Trump is asking for peace, like
well, Trump's not asking.
Like they're asking peace after they nuke the fucking nuclear sites. Like what? Like I don't think that's not gonna happen.
He's not asking.
Oh yeah, you know what I do after I sucker punch someone? I tell them that we're over. We don't need to fight anymore. It's okay.
I will say after the bombing of the nuclear sites, Iran did retaliate and attacked the bases in Qatar. Although there weren't any casualties, and Iran did give like good notice before they engaged in the attack to warn the U.S. and Qatar. If you're like,
yeah, Iran doesn't want to be in a war.
No,
with
it was ceremonial. It was very much like a show that you cannot just get attacked by a country and do nothing, or else you look like a bitch. And they understood, and so they went through the steps necessary to do what they needed to do, but also leaving the door open for hopefully a ceasefire. Now, I'm not getting any confirmed reports on who's shooting missiles at who in the past like couple hours, but
from your sources,
the ceasefire. I have some sources. I really
you don't have any fucking sources.
I could call someone
you
right now.
You don't have any sources. I have more sources of how much more syrup they have in the Coke machine down the block at the goddamn Jack in the Box than you have with what's happening in the skies over fucking Israel.
I'm calling Barnhart, Jaffy.
Let me ask you a question. Well, he's calling.
I'm calling Barnhart.
Who?
He's probably asleep.
So, Barnhart.
I got Philly Barcode says, Jaffy, calm down.
Barnhart was my boss at DHS.
Don't tell him to calm down. Fuck you.
I am calm, but I'm also going to
throw a scenario.
I'm going to call bullshit when I see bullshit.
Also, just so we're on the same page,
text sources. Come on, Tech.
If I really wanted to, I could get probably some more insider. But anyways, I do want to say the poll has come out saying, should the United States act as a global police force in foreign conflicts? 50% say no, 36% say yes, and 13% had said, I'm not informed enough to say.
my people.
They're not
I say-
police forcing.
I say that we
Here's-
stop funding military actions throughout the world and just let them go through their brutality. A lot of people are going to die. A hell of a lot of people are going to die. But eventually, they're going to stop killing each other because they're not going to have the weapons to do so anymore because we're not funding it.
It's not that simple, but I hope you're right. I wish
It actually
was.
kind of is.
It actually kind
No,
of isn't,
it's
because
not.
what you have to do before you take on that logic and put action to it is assume that every single thing that is being said about the danger that these particular people hold towards America or American interests is only propaganda. And none of it is based on what they would actually do if we didn't stop them. Now, by the way, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know, and you sure as fuck don't know. How can you tell when an actual piece of data that we're being told we're doing this to protect America? How do you know when it's propaganda, and how do you know when it's real? My answer is you don't. And thus you can't really say what you said with any sense of true meaning, because doesn't it depend on if you're being lied to about the why?
That is true, Jaffy, but you can't, I think, responsibly, especially since we're engaging this conversation publicly, you have to work with what is given with you. If you question everything, it's like,
but
I
am working with what,
confirm.
yes, but we live in a time now where everyone has their own set of facts. So who would you like to read? Which facts are we going off of? There are people that are saying Iran wants nothing more than to be left alone when it comes to America. They don't want to attack America. They never did.
Left alone.
And then you've got people saying if we leave them alone, they'll have nukes within days in the hands of Hamas and ISIS and this and that and the other. Well, which facts do you believe, Tech? And I'm not asking you like you're right or wrong. I'm saying I don't know which ones to believe.
I think you consider both, right? I think.
Okay, and then what?
Well, again, you scrutinize which one has more backing, more credibility. Is
By
it just
whom?
being fed by one country?
By the government?
Again,
They're
that's what
both
I'm
right.
saying.
They want to be left alone so they can do the shit they want to do, and America's like, no, like you can't do that.
We're also the ones that ruined the entire thing in the first place under the fucking
my God.
shit. Oh, what? You don't think that tearing up the contract back in his first term and assassinating their fucking general did anything? Really?
It's like fucking arguing at a wall.
No, he has a good point.
Level it. That's 3,000 years of religious terrorism.
Not Iran.
Fucking.
You're talking about Israel and
No,
Palestine.
Middle East. Anyway, my point is.
You don't get to just say Middle East anyway and throw everything into a bucket. That is the problem.
That's true.
This is a
true.
nuanced
That is true.
issue, and most of us are not capable.
I can't just throw it all into a bucket. You're right.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
a good point made by Bold Alpha Wolf. $5 says Gaza couldn't be leveled without taxpayer dollars. We did that. I think there is, again, like when we talk about not forming an opinion based on like not knowing whether or not the source is credible, there is things that we can take into account. And I think that if, as an American, you don't support the war happening in the Middle East and you don't support funding Israeli weapons, the U.S. and providing them, the means to do these actions, you should voice your opinions. You should be heard. Go to Twitter, go to Facebook, go to your local politician, go to the rallies. I'm not anti-protest. I'm probably anti-riot, but I'm not anti-protest. You should engage in your First Amendment right, freedom of speech, to say these things. Let your senators know. Let your governors know.
What are you talking about? Yeah, people know this.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of again, to the point of saying should we even have an opinion if we can't trust, the source that it's coming from? Like in terms of what's happening in Israel and Iran right now. What we can trust is there is bombings happening in Gaza today, right? There's bombings happening in Israel.
Look up what's live.
Iran.
Is something live right now?
Yeah, we're watching it now.
Israel and Iran. I don't know what's happening in Gaza. Maybe that's the point.
I mean, Palestine. Palestine, Gaza.
No, I know. I don't know if we're
still
still bombing.
What I'm saying, there's bombings happening in Gaza right now, right?
How do you know
that to be true?
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I thought that had kind of dissipated.
Oh, it dissipated, yes, but I mean, it's still happening. There's still people sending videos to TikTok and Twitter, being there live, seeing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just hadn't heard that, but I will draw your attention to this.
A couple of seconds ago, it said Iran launches missiles into Israel, and then it just changed to Iran state TV announces ceasefire begins. It's almost like okay, and now the ceasefire, and then Israel launches one more. Okay, now it's the ceasefire. Okay, now it's the ceasefire starting now. It's just like little kids fighting in the back of the station wagon. But anyway, whatever.
I'll ask you a moral question, Jaffy.
Yeah.
I also before you as a producer, Bunny Button, you're free to hang out, but since it's probably gonna be politics talk for the rest of it, you let us know.
Bunny's not. Bunny doesn't need to be told she's free to hang out. She knows that.
I know, but I'm bringing it up so
we can change topics. We can change topics.
That's
true. Yeah, if y'all, want to talk politics, y'all go ahead. I'm listening. I'm looking at Coco Wire coloring books while I learn about what y'all are talking about. See that?
What's
I think she's sucking it in.
You think she should what?
Oh, it's a.
I said she's sucking it in. She's the information
absorber. Yeah. All that good stuff. I'm doing it.
All right. Why can't you guys on our stream be more like Brittle? $50. Look at what this guy did.
Because I live in Canada. We don't have any money up here.
What the fuck? What the fuck? If Anthony was here, this guy has 48,000 viewers. We have 135 viewers. If Anthony were here, we'd at least have 136 viewers because he would count towards one of the viewers, I suppose.
But I'm a globalist, Jaffy. I think the U.S. should engage in foreign conflicts and foreign policy. I think it's great for the world that there is a superpower that does value democracy and
they don't
doesn't want to see
democracy. Come on,
we value democracy. That is a for sure thing I would give my country is that we do value democracy. Again,
but I am a little bit of a race traitor.
We actually,
in particular,
no, we don't. No, we don't. I can tell you how we don't value democracy. Would you like me to prove it?
I'd like to hear it.
The very people who can actually make this a more democratic republic are the very people that will not allow a vote for 2/3 of the states to amend the Constitution to make Citizens United unconstitutional.
True.
If we actually gave a shit about the people's voice or even the republic's voice being an authentic expression of what the people think, that piece of bullshit, which let's assume the Supreme Court called it right at a pure level of just legalese, which is their job, and there was no thumb on the scale, which I doubt, then it is the job of a democracy to say, just because something is constitutional, if we are opposed to it, and don't tell me that 2/3, if not way more, of this country would not be behind getting rid of Citizens United. But we don't.
100%.
So
it's
I don't.
Citizens United.
It's what allows it's what allows corporations to basically give infinite amounts of money and dark money to political causes and political campaigns, because the Supreme Court said that they are basically the same as a person, and it's against their First Amendment rights if you basically say you can't donate money to certain places. And so you have massive corporation lobby and you have massive corporation control over this country, including its politicians. So don't tell me that we're some rah-rah 4th of July Top Gun Maverick democracy and we're better than everybody else or whatever, because I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
We are better than everybody else.
I like you say we, and your name is Canadian Connor.
Hey, listen, I got to go take my dog. I'll be right back. You guys keep talking.
Are we better than everybody else? Probably not, but you just have to believe that, right?
Look, I think Citizens United started because of the fucking 2008 film Hillary the movie, right? And they were talking about how should a private company be able to use their money for political messaging and shit. Look, I think there probably should be a cap on funding politicians. Obviously, like the more funding you get, the better marketing you have, the better people see your fucking messaging. That's probably a topic me and Jaffy would agree on. But America respects democracy. I wouldn't say that funding from private parties shits in the face of democracy. I don't know if I'd go that far.
I think there should be
John Sulk has a great point.
in
there should be a limitation. Yeah, there should be a limitation. I agree. John Sulk says invest in BlackRock today. Not gonna lie, not a bad investment. BlackRock's not a bad investment right now.
I mean, let's go hit up Halliburton.
Yeah. What I would say
Send a
is,
Buster bomb.
I think before the primaries for the last election, some places were floating the idea of if you are a large enough corporation in a town or in a state that you don't live in, you should be able to vote in that town. And I thought that was fucking cringe to be able to give like corporations a vote in your state. That was kind of stupid.
That sounds like the way to get your fucking company firebombed.
Yeah, Matt DeMarco says, well, I don't support that. But Matt DeMarco says APAC is a foreign lobby.
Tech, how do you respond?
Firebombs, you gotta go through Congress in order to launch firebombs.
Bunny, what were you saying?
Right?
How do you respond to Electric Angle saying Tech is a bigot?
Where? Oh, did they do it again?
Yeah, he said you're a bigot.
Electric Angel, tell me why you think I'm a bigot. Tell me why.
That dude's a hater. That dude must be a hater.
I'm like one of the most accepting people that you can find. I don't care what you do.
Isn't he the guy that was just like sitting up here last Friday, Heidi, and was just it was just kind of like there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the high tide. He has the high tide shirt on, and he has like a beard. The big guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
I brought him in because I thought, oh, they're gonna talk about like why I'm a bigot or whatever, and they were just like, I'm here to smoke and have fun.
What's good, dog?
That's what I think. Is he trolling? I think he's trolling.
I mean, you think the channel sucks. You're a bigot because you want to be in the world.
I've kissed people of more races and more gender identifying terms than you have. All right, we're gonna lighten the load on who's in the Discord call. I love you guys. Who wants to stay? Popcorn, you're not.
I do. I'll keep going. I gotta talk.
Wait, can I stay for a little bit? I haven't talked that much.
We gotta talk about Heidi Friday.
You gotta talk more to stay.
I don't want to interrupt though. Like I don't want to interrupt you guys. I was listening.
Sometimes
content. Interrupt me, Popcorn. Tell me what you think about Israel Palestine.
I don't know, bro. Like it's like the whole thing with the bombing the U.S. You know, like I'm pretty afraid like Iran's gonna attack us and start bombing like
they can't. They're dead.
And shit.
They're glass.
Thank you, Popcorn. I appreciate it. Scorpigus.
What's up, homie?
Hello, homie. Do you know what we're talking about today?
It sounds like you guys are talking about Iran versus Israel.
Yeah, we're talking about foreign conflict and should the U.S. be like an
interventionist state or
okay. Our community's kind of split. I think the poll says so. The question was: should the United States act as a global police force in foreign conflicts? 50% say no, 36% yes, and 13% said I'm not informed enough to say. Right.
So what happens if Iran decides or gets away with enriching uranium past 70-80%? Whilst saying death to America, death to Israel, and it looks like the majority of Europe is just being non-interventionalist. Like, why? I don't get the take. Then I don't. It seems like there's so much.
Yeah,
I would say at that point, take congressional approval and fucking level the entire country.
Yeah. So Izzy's on the course that the president is acting in, above his means to be able to do like military operations in Iran. To try and like stop that, and then we should have waited for Congress to come together and make the decision ultimately to do such an act.
It feels like, and this might get a little bit nerdy, but it kind of reminds me of like 4000 BBY in the Star Wars universe on like Dantooine, when the Jedi Council didn't want to intervene, and then the entire planet gets nuked from orbit because they didn't want to do anything. Maybe that was a little too esoteric of a reference.
Wasn't that who's the fucking nerdy character that we all hate? It's not Jawa. It's Jar Jar Binks. It wasn't a Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, he's
the ultimate Sith Lord, Jar Jar himself. Yeah. He's the Ayatollah of the. Okay, but keep going.
He's the Ayatollah. Yeah. I'm of the position that the U.S. should be involved in a lot of foreign stuff to ensure the peace as much as we can. I know we're not super successful at it, but I think that if it's going to be any superpower, the U.S. ought to be one to do so.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the U.S., Canada, and Mexico forming the next European Union between ourselves?
Pry it
like an
out of my
American
cold
Union?
dead hands.
Yes. We can be. I can be like, you know what? I don't really want to be here. I'm gonna go to fucking Mexico or Canada and just go work there.
Don't come up here.
Don't come up here.
You'll
I'm gonna
regret
go
it
up
if you
there.
come
I'm
up
gonna
here.
fucking annoy you.
You'll
bitch.
regret it. You'll
I'm
regret
gonna take
it.
your jobs, Canadian Connor.
It would cut a lot of red tape out, and it would make this side like this hemisphere
How
more
about you fix
efficacious.
our
But
fucking economy? That's in the toilet. People, I hear Americans complain about their economy all the fucking time. You have no idea. The Canadian economy is absolute fucking down the toilet garbage. Just
Well, that's why I was talking about an American Union.
so you want to move up here? Have fun.
If I want to be able to move up there,
Have fun.
then we could work more closely together as well economically. Like fucking, if we have people
Don't come
that
to
are
my
okay
house.
with
This is a
working in
blue house.
factories,
This
they
is
can
not
go
a
work
red
down
house. This
in
is a blue
Mexico.
house.
They can go work down in Mexico with all the fucking factories that we open
I'm
up.
not going to friggin' Mexico. Why would I go
Toronto
down to Mexico?
CMO says they don't get any new info from outside their political societal bubbles. I think as a centrist, I quite enjoy seeing what the liberal take is and the conservative take is. I wouldn't consider myself conservative, right? I'm like a liberal centrist. Scorp, would you consider yourself like a conservative centrist?
I'd consider myself a centrist.
Nah, might as well be right wing.
He thinks they don't fucking exist. He thinks it's a dog whistle. I'm not going to play this game.
Yeah.
This is bullshit. But like, I mean, also, but we've been talking about things like most people don't know how well other countries are doing, right? I'm not sure if you guys watched the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz interview. If you haven't, you guys need to do that. It was enlightening. Like Tucker Carlson, and I'm sorry to segue it a bit, but we're talking about like geopolitical events, the GDPs of countries, things like that. He had made claims that Germany was doing absolutely horribly since they had to reformat their infrastructure because they're no longer getting fuel from Russia, basically. And it's like it's just kind of not the case, and it's kind of similarly with like when we say like the average Canadian seems upset and they're very verbose in that online, and their GDPs went up. Like in the past 3 years, I think Canada's GDPs went up $500 billion. Like as a country, they're doing significantly better than they were 3 or 4 years ago, and so is Germany. Like just watching the restructuring of Germany over the past even 2 years has been insane and a model that the rest of Europe should be following. But yeah, I think countries are generally doing better than we think they're doing because eggs go from like $1.99 to $2.79.
Yeah, but that's
and
more
then,
of like a
Is it an inflation
issue. Yeah, logistics and inflation are causing eggs to go up.
Yes.
But in terms of like Connor, right, he's a Canadian and he's been talking about how the Canadian economy has been suffering. I will say, I think 2020, you guys were at like a 1.65 trillion GDP. I think as of
that's the yes
2.2. Right, it is growth. Although for Germany statistic, currently I think they're at a projected 0.2% lower GDP this year. But that's
but look at the previous years, the two previous years before.
They are experiencing growth, but a lot of it has to do with conflict within Ukraine and Russia. But it seems like
what they restructured. Oh, sorry, go for it.
It said Canada was 4.2 in 2022, so that's pretty solid.
Tech, I just sent you something funny. I don't think it's actually real, but it made me laugh. I saw it the other day.
Yeah, there was a big global hit for COVID that fucked up like everybody.
One of the really interesting things that Germany ended up doing was they cut a whole bunch of fucking red tape, like a motherfucker. So for permits, a whole bunch of stuff, so they didn't have to wait as long. They made like 50% of all of their electricity is from renewable resources, wind and the like. They actually got cheaper prices after they were no longer able to get Russian fuel.
Yeah.
They did a $9 like bus pass that like changed how like a huge portion of the country was getting to work.
Yeah.
And like 17 other things, and they did it in the space of like 18 months, and it skyrocketed their economy.
For context, Connor, Scorpicus is also technically Canadian.
Yes.
Technically Canadian. What does that mean?
I'm
His family's
legally
from Canada.
Canadian.
He has a citizenship there. He's a dual citizen for the U.S. and Canada. But a lot of his family's up there.
Then he's not Canadian.
He's Canadian, dickhead. He has a citizenship.
Does he live here?
If you wanted to.
Yeah, I could if I want to. Yeah, I could.
If you want to live in the U.S., Connor?
I love freedom, so I wouldn't. But you know,
I do. I can't. I can't leave my team because I don't like the captain.
That's wild. I can't leave my house. So what's the next topic?
Scorpio. What up,
Jaffy
Jeff?
Jaff?
How's it going, man?
Ruin his branding all the time by saying that.
It's okay.
I gave him his greatest branding. Scorpio is a much cooler name. He knows it. I know it. Welcome. Bunny at this point could be a corpse, and we just wheel her out and put her right there.
I'm reading about if insects can dream.
If what?
I'm reading about if insects can dream.
Can they?
There's things that we've observed in honeybees that make us think that they might have a REM sleep, because when you interrupt their sleep, it does affect their memory and learning. So
wait. I'm sorry. We've observed. Are those tech sources that have observed it? We've done that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've done that.
Listen, Bunny. Do you know the last 4 nights I have been trying to lucid dream? I can't do it. Billy over on the locale people say they can pull that shit off, but like always, I cannot make it work.
Have you tried the method I told you about?
Which
where
one?
you, for like a week, just, I think it says every hour, like set an alarm on your phone every hour, and on that alarm time every hour, ask yourself, am I dreaming? And then you'll eventually do that even in your sleep.
Even during the day.
Yeah,
all throughout the day.
I'll try that starting tomorrow then, because all the meditation shit that I try to fall asleep to, it just wakes me up every few hours. Like I got woken up from sleeping last night by a voice going, "You're in a dream." I'm like, I was. Not anymore.
I got a tactic for you, Jaffy Taffy. You're going to go ahead and say your address over and over and over while you're trying to sleep, while you're going to bed for like an hour and a half. Yeah, I wouldn't do it now. I mean, it'd be weird. You could, but
okay.
And you just say it over and over and over. And then while you're sleeping, eventually, if you do it for enough days, your address will pop in your head. Okay. And you'll end up saying it in your dream, and that kind of kickstarts it. That's how I learned how to do it. I just said something over.
So how frequently can you do it every night now if you wanted to?
If I really wanted to, I probably could. It also depends on how much I had to drink, too.
Okay, so Anthony is not lucid dreaming. We know that.
No, he's never lucid dreamed a day in his life.
Right,
no.
Okay.
Well, he's dreaming live. He's in a dream right now.
You might have insomnia,
Yes. It's like Final Fantasy X. He is the dream.
David J. Brown, who I mention all the time.
I keep saying bring him on. He's the guy who wrote the book.
No, I'm just saying I mention him all the time because he's like the most fascinating person ever. Well, him and his ex Molly, who, oh my god, I was so into their drama for a while, but that's a whole nother story. He and his ex they would like lucid dream together, and they would wake up and record what they did in their dream. Like
I love
it
that.
was really interesting.
Interesting.
Like they would set stuff up. Oh, go ahead.
No, you keep going.
Oh, it's just they would set stuff up to like answer each other's questions and stuff, so that they knew that it was really happening, and they wrote down everything and then posted.
I love
all
that.
of it. I read through all of it. It was
I
great.
want to have all that.
K-Nubs is saying here's where you keep non-viewing or non-paying viewers, but lose paying viewers like me, having text buddy on. Scorpicus, what'd you do to K-Nubs?
Okay, K-Nubs. You seem to be a little bit of a haterino on me. Why don't you? What do you want to talk about? What's some topic that you just wish everyone would talk about right now? Yeah, like Israel and Iran doesn't do it for you. Star Wars doesn't do it for you. Final Fantasy references, lucid dreaming. We've got so much on this charcuterie board.
Yeah, what would you like?
What do
K-Nubs,
you want?
Hit us up with a topic, chat. We are an all service something. We'll take care of you.
Sex dungeon.
Give us a topic.
Full body.
An all-service sex dungeon. You know what? I like it. I like the sound.
I'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Yeah. Next person in the chat to suggest a genuinely good topic. There's a new Goosebumps game that got announced this week. Look, I will tell you something. I wish I wasn't too old. I wish I was of that exact age where I was in grammar school when Goosebumps came out, because I love what they're about. I read Choose Your Own Adventure books when those first came out, but Goosebumps. In fact, I'm gonna order one just to buy one to read it because I'd like to.
Hell yeah. Connor and Izzy, we're gonna bring you down. We're gonna direct conversation elsewhere.
Hey, wait, no, I
Appreciate
want to
you
talk
coming
about the guy who married his AI girlfriend.
Yeah.
What the
in.
hell
Married
is
his
that?
AI girlfriend.
That happens
Like,
all the
straight
time.
up, just brought him a chat.
Blade Runner?
I don't know. This guy just said in the comments, said, have you talked about the man who married his
Blind
AI
Eye.
girl?
I've heard that as well. Blind Eye. About looking up
The
at the sky.
fuck? How do you even do that?
There was a famous story about a guy who married in Japan, who married a Hatsune Miku virtual pop star doll.
Right.
That's like old fucking information.
What?
It was in 2018.
All right, Eternal. Good to see you, bud.
He held like a formal wedding. It was like 2 million yen, which like 17,000, 18,000 bucks American. But it wasn't recognized by the Japanese state. They were like, "Nah, you're fucking stupid."
Yeah, how do you marry like a computer program thing? Like I can't wrap my head around that. That can't be legal.
Did you guys see now that they're actually paying for women to sleep beside them because they need human connection?
That's
been going on.
That's a thing for a long time.
Yeah, an industry in Japan for like 2 decades.
What's that?
Sleep buddies.
What's that called?
It's a cuddling service.
Sleep.
It's a sleeping buddy, and I think the U.S. has a couple people that offer that service now too, since like 2015. You can even do it on Discord.
No.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we'll sleep on a VC call with you. Also, K-Nub says, Scorpicus, I just wish that you had like over 1,000 subs before being brought on here, as we should care other than being Tech's online gaming buddy.
I literally have more than 1,000 subs, though. I literally have more than 1,000 subs. What does he mean?
He is my buddy, but I pitched Scorpicus to Jaffy, and I was like, bring him on. If you like him, you like him. If you don't like him, fuck him. You know? And
wait, so K-Nubs, is there something that I've said that you dislike, or are you just like clout angry right now? You want to see more famous people talk to you and pander to you?
You guys should
what do you
box.
want?
K-Nubs likes.
I don't know what he wants, but I have more than he's talking about, so I don't know what he wants.
That's
We talked about Canadian GDP. We talked about Germany. What does he want? I'm here for it.
I don't know. Give him another reason to be an asshole.
And Scorpicus, do you have a fatty?
I have a bit of a fatty. I have been known to have a fatty.
Can you see the fatty?
You want to see the fatty? It might shock you.
For $20, can we see Scorpicus's fatty?
Okay, now it's devolving into like Discord. I want to do a show, you guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's kick out a couple people. We'll leave Scorpio in because he's new.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate you.
Connor.
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate you.
Later.
Absolutely, because you gotta roll the show, baby. You gotta roll the goddamn show. Now listen, here's what we're doing. Not that. I can't even. My Discord's fucked, or my OBS. So this'll work.
We see you. We hear you.
No, I know. I was gonna turn on the call line, so you might want to call in. But
oh no,
I can't.
They can just join the Discord. They're here.
Okay.
By the way, Jaffy's Discord got a server tag. So now you can represent Jaffy's Discord wherever you go. It's the G&G tag for the old school Gavin and Games members. I remember us from those. I have it on my Discord. If you see my name, you can click on the G&G. You can adopt the tag. You can represent the server. Bring some people over.
I'm sorry, Angel, what? Y'all are just lolcow character? You think we're... Really? Really?
We're speaking content. I don't know.
Good God Almighty!
It's been a great stream, Jaffy.
Yeah, Yeah, not too shabby. Let's talk about video games for a minute, though. I want to talk about my video game shit. Well, let's do it online so we can get people's opinions. So go ahead.
What is it? Ball Pit? Ball X Pit?
Yeah, it's excellent, isn't it?
That's going to be a fucking killer game.
I want to play Peak. Everybody's playing Peak right now. Have you played that?
I got Peak. I got it gifted to me recently.
Well, we should play that sometime. But what I was
how do you feel about?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
How do you feel about the character change for the girl in Donkey Kong? It's
I don't give a
what's
shit.
her name?
I don't give a shit. That's what I wanted to talk to you about my show. Let's talk about Jaffy talking about video games because people want me to talk about video games. They say, but what I was going through the news today and I'm like, I'm over that. I don't give a fuck. I want to talk about shit I think is cool in video games, and there are really cool games out there right now. But I'm trying to figure out, does it make more sense to play B-roll of someone else playing them while I talk about these things, or I play them so it's kind of like me playing demos, because I could play like 8 demos in a stream, and I would just go through these really cool games and talk about why I think they're cool, and you could have comments and read the chat. Or would it be better to have it more like a podcast where it's more edited and you tune in and it's like a very curated thing? That's my question. Because I can't handle, I don't give a fuck about Donkey Kong. I don't give a fuck. I mean, that's truth. If you're watching this and you want me to talk video games, let me be clear. The days of me acting like I give a shit about how many units the Switch 2 sold, I don't give a fuck. Is there a fun game on it? Is it fun to play? Is it interesting? I'm your man. I don't give a fuck about your console wars. I don't give a fuck about your fucking Grums bullshit. I don't give a fuck about Asmongold, Aston Martin. Fuck that guy. I want to talk about shit I dig. Okay? So the question is, Tech, what's the best format to do that in?
I think we do streams of demos or of games you like. We do them for like 2 hours, and then we edited them down to standalone videos, and we put them on the channel as Jaffy plays, whatever. I think that's not bad material. I think doing it over B-roll takes away from the experience, from seeing you do it live. But I think you need someone to bounce like off of.
All right, here's what we'll do. We'll do a trial run. Here's what we're doing.
Peak tomorrow.
No. We are going to do that tomorrow, but tonight, set a timer, Tech. 15 more minutes of this stream. If we make $120 in the next 15 minutes, we will close the stream down, and me and Tech and Bunny, of course, is welcome, and Scorpio is welcome. We will stream 2 or 3 game demos, including Peak, and if it works, then we'll do it tomorrow as a normal show.
That's a lot of money. I would have said $80.
Okay,
you
say
said 120.
Say 85.
$85. Now only 80 because Kano says, with 5 of my American dollars, I'm going to hold off till Switch to OLED, only get Nintendo consoles for first party, and not worried about spoilers for Nintendo games. I agree.
I don't get K-Nub. I appreciate the ducats. I appreciate your being part of our community. I don't give a shit. That's not true. All right, I'm going to go make a waffle. I'll be right back. Keep talking. Keep the track.
A waffle?
Yes, ma'am. You want one?
Do you mind if I change the topic while you're gone for a bit?
That's up to Tech, man, and Bunny.
What's the topic?
Fuck yeah. I mean, if you want to keep talking about the Telco Carlson thing, I'd be down. We want to get going like political. Unless you want to do games. We'll talk about whatever you want, dog.
Bunny don't like politics or games.
What does Bunny like?
I can talk about whatever.
What do you like, Bunny?
I like bugs. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I was just reading about bugs.
And if they dream.
You know, as a kid, I saw videos made. I think it was like the National History Museum or some bullshit, where they have like that room with like every bug species they've ever been able to collect. I was like, I wish I had that room.
That's crazy.
Have you played Animal Crossing, Bunny?
No, I haven't. You know how many people have told me I should play Animal Crossing? That's why I ain't playing it now. Too many people have told me that. Now I'm like,
I feel like it's kind of sexist to say that at this point, is it not?
Why? I didn't say Hello Kitty Adventure. I said
no. It's like Stardew Valley, Terraria, Animal Crossing.
That's Stardew Valley's another one. A lot of people are like, "Oh my god, you would love that."
Yeah. Well, for Animal Crossing in particular, because of the bug thing, part of the game. You're on this little island. It's your island, and you like build houses, and you get like new neighbors that come by. They're cute little animals. But one of the mechanics in the game is you go catching bugs. You got a little bug catching net. You see like a little flying bug, and you catch it, and you
Nobody ever
document it.
told me that. Wait a minute.
I know. And there's a ton of bugs. Like I think maybe 80 or 100 different bugs you can catch in the game. And you bring
But see,
the
this
music.
is my thing. Where you're saying this and you're trying to make it sound exciting, I immediately thought, oh, I ain't gonna walk around in the woods with my little bug AI picture thingy that identifies bugs in a while. See, I can go out catching bugs in real life. That's way more fun.
It's the same thing. I have a collection on my phone. I have an app where I take pictures of the bugs, and it's like, this is a weird fucking bug, or whatever the scientific name
This
is.
is like my favorite thing ever, and I got the plant one too, and I love just walking around and taking pictures of bugs and plants.
Grounded would be good too.
Grounded is another game about bugs. Have you heard that game?
Yeah, I've heard of that. I ain't ever.
You get shrunk down to like the size of like a little bug, like a little
like
ant.
ants.
Smaller than an ant, maybe.
Yeah.
You just
Termite.
You go around like interacting with bugs and finding little secrets in the map. I think you would enjoy Animal Crossing. I think so.
Maybe.
Electric Angel says Animal
play
Crossing
that
is
out
boring
in
as
the
shit.
woods.
Well, that's why you're a bigot, Electric Angel.
That's the reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
They haven't been able to say why they think I'm a bigot, but
Fuzzy Tomato's playing Grounded right now. That is a
You hate
character
women.
of taste and class. True.
I love women.
All right,
I love
so we
women
have
when I'm
no
like,
one funding our dream tech. I guess we're just not interested.
Yeah. Guess we should just probably die then.
Yeah.
But tomorrow we should do that.
It's
though.
okay.
Yeah, we should play Peak. Have you seen the gameplay for it yet? I think it
I know what it
reached 100,000 concurrent players on Steam.
Yeah. And sold 1 million copies in the weekend.
Yeah. And someone bought it for me.
And then I played a game today. I got into an early access or beta alpha. Same old shit these big companies are doing. I can't tell you the name of the company. But, it's just like overproduced. The core game loop is useless. You could have told them that a year and a half ago. But it's so beautifully produced. Great effects, great all this shit. It's like, guys, what are you doing? I can't tell you. I'll tell you offline. I can't tell you on the stream. It's from a big company though. And when you look at something like Peak or you look at something like Repo and you just go, why is this hard? Get out of your fucking way. It's not PS3 era anymore. This is not how you need to make your games. But that's all they know. That's all they fucking know. Scorpion King, that's a great movie. I love that movie.
Caleb says, wait, the party's just starting. I literally just started liking the Scorpion King. That's you, Scorpius.
That's so sweet. Yeah, that's an interesting movie. It got a lot of flack for how dog shit the CGI was on The Rock's face, and then people afterwards were making their little remakes of it to like fix it up and shit for like low budget.
Yeah. No, that inspired God of War. That was a huge inspiration for God of War.
Oh, no shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're talking about what did you not like about Peak or like about PS3? Like you were talking about before, there was like something that
nothing, but that era of game making was the last gasp of kind of you put it in a box, you ship it, it's done. Production value matters to such a degree.
Okay.
And now it's like people are making their movies, their games, with almost no money spent. And if it sucks, they move on. But if it's a hit, then you start making a lot of money and spending money on it. But these big legacy game companies don't seem to understand times have changed. It's like this game I played today must have cost probably $40 million, which is not a lot, but it's a lot. And it's like I could have told them, anybody could have told them. I couldn't play it for more than 45 minutes. I'm like, I'm done. Deleted it.
Wasn't San Andreas like a $10 million game or like a $6 million game? San Andreas?
I don't know. I'm sure it was the most expensive game ever made at the time, but I don't remember.
So Protokage made a point saying that games like Peak or Repo are short-lived. Maybe like there are some banger games that come out that probably live in the cycle for like maybe a month, maybe 2 months. But I mean, Peak I think is selling right now for like $9. right?
Who gives a shit if it's short? If it's got a 1 week shelf life, if it costs three guys, you know, a year to make, and they make their money back in the second day, and everything else is profit, it's a hell of a good deal.
If I'm upgrading my order from McDonald's from just like a cheeseburger to a cheeseburger with fries, the drink, and I get a little dessert. I mean, if that's the cost of playing a game for like a week or two, or maybe even a month with some friends, I think that's totally valid. Especially because I think the gameplay is great. I think there's some gameplay out there that's for these like smaller games. I think Ball X Pit is gonna be one of those games
that game's amazing.
Divert a lot of time.
And
into.
I've finished.
Guys that made it Inscription, right? Same guy.
I don't know.
Inscription.
I fucking finished that demo with every character. I never do that. I did every single thing you can do in that demo. Bunny, I want to ask Bunny a question. So you got these guys in the chat that you know of, like K-Nubs going, you think I support Jaffy, wait till you see I support cam girls. Is that going to be weird for you if people from here go there?
I don't care.
So if K-Nubs is in the camera with his little weirdo fingers and he's like, isn't that gonna?
What is that?
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
I've seen weirder.
I doubt that. What if all he wants to do is he gets naked? You don't have to do anything, and he just wants to read you Goosebumps.
That's fun. I had a guy that used to take me private that used to just make me watch all these like martial arts videos, and he made me watch a whole martial arts movie one time. It was really good.
How much did that cost? Every minute's like what, $6 or something?
Oh, he would keep me in there like 2 hours.
So-
like this dude was like about it. Yeah, I think I oh god, I can't even remember how much. Yeah, it was probably I think about maybe $8. Yeah, I think it was $8 a minute because I think I did 10 if they wanted to open their cam.
I want to be a cam girl.
Yeah, it's fun.
Can, Jaffy. I can make you a cam
It's
girl.
fun. That's
Could I
literally
be a
the only
cam
reason
girl?
I'm going back.
We could
It's just
do-
fun.
Jaffy, me and you can do cam girl content when I get there. It's just like us putting our feet in syrup.
I have syrup on my
Yeah,
plate right
do
now.
whatever.
Yeah.
But
Then
I
the next day
can't.
it's
I
like
can't.
powdered sugar.
I can't.
You can't be a cam girl? Why?
I just realized because Boogie won't respect me.
Yeah, you'll lose the respect. I put my feet in Wendy's chili one time,
And what would Anthony say?
dressed as Wendy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Realistically, is there a money amount, Jaffy, for you that's like, oh, it's reasonable that I would do cam girl stuff?
Define cam girl stuff.
Well, it can be anything from like
No, define it. If you want me to put money to it, define it.
Like jorking it to cosplay.
Jorking it's kind of extreme for Jaffy. I mean like fetish content that's like, oh, it's Jaffy, you know, squeezing fruits with his fists. Like take a banana and squeeze it until like it becomes like sauce.
I'll do that.
Like fetish stuff.
I'll do that for free.
Yeah.
I stuck an ice cube up my ass because I was curious.
Yeah.
You want
That's true.
You want to squeeze a banana? Yeah, $50. I mean that'll do it for someone.
Yeah.
Squeezing a banana?
Yeah. Squeeze it until like all the stuff comes out, and then once it's on like a plate, you kind of just smush it with your hand, like this a lot.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
I'm about to send something in the side chat.
Send it to
Yeah, if
the.
y'all want to play it.
Send it to
What'd
the
you say?
group
What'd you
chat.
say?
This side chat might be visible unless you want people to see.
Huh?
Is it private?
Group chat's more private than the side chat, just so you know.
Well, it's just chilly.
Oh, okay. okay. I don't know how to see it though.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure there's nothing.
Great production value.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just the it was the preview I used for the video.
Okay. All right.
I see.
I watched it. What's the weirdest thing you've done for money, Jaffy?
This show?
Really?
No, hang on. I'll watch it later. I can't make that work. The weirdest thing I've done for money?
Yeah.
Probably stole video games from Sony when I was a tester and sold them to a used game shop.
Hell yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah. A girl gave me $20, I think, to take her out to like the outskirts of town to see horses.
I didn't know you drove Uber.
No, it was just like a girl I knew. She was going to UNR. She was like, "Are you gonna be in town soon?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "I heard there's wild horses outside of town. You wanna go out?" And I was like, "I don't know. I gotta get gas and shit." And she's like,
It might have been a euphemism or something you missed from being like autistic. Like, oh, it's so hot in here. I got to take all these clothes off, and you're like,
"Oh, we went. We saw.
Let me turn on the
horses."
AC.
She gave me $20 for gas.
Yeah, if
Danny
you
Connor
say so.
says, "I don't think feet are sexy, but it's such a big fetish." You find feet attractive, Jaffy?
$20 to make you holler. I get paid to do the wild thing. She likes to do the wild thing.
I don't know that quote.
He doesn't get the reference.
It's Tone Lock.
What's that?
Idiots.
What's that? What is that?
He was a musician from the 90s.
Oh,
Yeah, the 90s was
Yeah,
before your
Funky
time, Tech. I'm
Cole
sorry.
Money.
I was born
They
97.
used to play Funky Comedina at the skating
Sorry.
rink all the time.
Oh yeah, backwards.
Oh, Scorp! I told them about my dad.
You did on here?
On stream, yeah.
What the? Okay. Well, okay. Didn't expect. No, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty open about everything.
How you feeling? How you feeling about that?
It's got me real conflicted. I'm real sad about it. You know, like the reason I came back to Vegas in 2017 is because my dad had that spill, right? He had that health issue. And you know, enough people here watching the stream know that I've like had a pretty rough experience with my dad growing up. It was a lot of ups and downs, mainly downs.
Downs.
It was all downs. It was all downs growing up.
You had a lot of downs.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys have this conversation together, like a private?
You want to end the stream, Jaffy?
No, but do we really want to do this again? We already had this conversation.
I don't mind. I mean, we got how many people watching?
I was not
132. It's content.
You guys got this. I'll let you guys do your thing.
No, you don't have to go anywhere. I'm just saying,
day.
don't talk about what you've already talked about. Is all.
Well, the chat seems to enjoy it, and
No,
plus,
I'm
I'm
sure
going to be
they
asking.
don't.
I'm going to be asking advice, and we haven't gone to the advice section of this conversation yet.
Okay.
You know, because
Afterwards, we can talk about a game that I want to see you guys play on stream, by the way, called
Tell-
Moon Hunters, if you haven't done that yet.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah.
And we are recently playing it. It is very fun. It's almost like episodic. Game takes about an hour and a half, and it's meant to be replayed over and over and over.
It's a roguelike,
like as a mechanic.
Oh, that's a mechanic in the game.
Yes.
That's
You unlock
interesting.
constellations at the end of the match. You know how like Majora's Mask, you have like 3 days until the world
yeah.
ends? It's like that where you have to fight the boss at the end. But there's a grid map. And you can only go to so many places. And there's a lot more places than 3 days will allow. Like way more. And so it's meant to like do different endings and stories and play the different characters. And it has a trait system where when you get coins and shit from killing stuff, you go to merchants, you level up your abilities for that one game. Like a fucking Binding of Isaac.
Okay.
But it's multiplayer?
Yes. It's meant to be played multiplayer. And so far, we're doing that one and then Portal Knights. If you haven't played Portal Knights, it's like Minecraft, but more combat and better.
Oh, Steam is
And
having,
bosses.
Steam is having a Canadian game developer sale, which is nice. Steam has such good sales. They're such a good community. It's kind of amazing.
Steam's probably the reason for the whole $7 games thing now.
Mm-hmm.
Spending, $80,000 on a video game, pumping it out.
I think it's great. I think it's fucking great.
It's unusual though, because I remember when I first got into video games, you found out a video game was coming out because it was an advertisement on TV. And that was crazy. And then you would find out, and like Game Informer shit in the early 2000s, you would have like the fucking books, and they would be like, here's the new game that's coming out.
Right.
And then right about the time of Beyond Two Souls, PS3 era, you were talking about Last of Us, was, I think, when it started to die down. They released some huge games. This is going to be the game of the year before they release it. And then everything changed.
Which I love, which is crucial. I think it's good it changed. Is my screen? What are you seeing on my screen now?
Are you sharing your screen? You're not sharing your screen.
No. What are you seeing? On YouTube? Is it still the four of us?
I see the four of us. But let me make sure that's live. Yeah, it's still the four of us.
Okay.
Rocker Matt, it's a roguelike or a roguelite. Just progression carryover. Progression doesn't carry over with each character. The shit you unlock and the food recipes do carry over. It's meant for shit to like your progression to carry over.
So, Tech, what do you think about that format, though, for tomorrow morning trying it?
For the game stuff, I would love to try that stuff.
Okay, so let's try that. Hang on. Let's try that tomorrow morning. Right?
Yeah, for sure. 10:30?
10:30, 10:45.
10:30. Sharp. Oh, Ball X Pit. Such a good game. Have you seen this game, Scorp?
Shoot.
Jaffy's streaming it on the channel right now.
Okay.
I don't hate games at all, PK. I just hate talking about video game news, man. That's all I fucking hate. Playing games, talking about playing games and playing them is delightful. But I'm telling you, man, I have gotten in such a, I have just gotten so cranky about video game discourse online that no thank you. It is so toxic and so gross to be around that I just don't want anything else to do with it. Canadian, why are you going to go cry? I don't understand. Why are you crying? Well, we should try Peak. I've never played it. What I like doing is playing stuff, Tech, that I've already played and beaten, though. I don't want to do a demo where I have no idea what's going on. I have no interest in Death Stranding, Eddie Pie. I will tell you, though, here's my Death Stranding, okay? I'll show you that real quick. I'm going to play this on tomorrow's stream. It's not a brick breaker. It really isn't. It's totally different. I hate brick breakers. That is not this. I'll show you though. Hell Is Us is kind of like Kojima, without having to put up with Kojima's slow gameplay and long cutscenes. And this is pretty great. This is pretty great. Sweet Home Alabama, Dixie babe. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. Are you talking, Jeff?
Peak for sure. Peak is going to be such a good game to play. What is this game?
This is called Hell Is Us.
How do you guys find what game to play next? There's so many damn games that exist on Steam. What's your filter for deciding what to play?
Show up tomorrow, and I'll show you my trick. I actually have a trick.
Oh, you have a trick? I'd like to know. Because I feel like I'm just aimlessly wandering in a game forest.
But now, to be fair, though, I mean, I assume you play a lot whenever they do Next Fest and all that, right? You try out a bunch.
Yeah, I'll you know.
That's not my.
That stuff will be on my radar.
My trick, but that certainly doesn't hurt. Helps for sure. I'm not. See, this is why I cannot do traditional video game stuff anymore. PK literally says, "I know you're hating on Donkey Kong." When the fuck have I hated on Donkey Kong?
Well, you said you don't give a shit about Donkey Kong. You don't give a shit about the character.
I don't, but that's not hating on it.
I know. Jaffy's a little bit nuanced when it comes to the hate. He's hating on the idea of giving a shit about like little minute differences.
Yeah, I don't care that they changed the character. What do I care? But when I get a Switch 2, I imagine I'll play it.
Philly Barcode is calling you out, Jaffy. Engage bait. You're doing the thing where like chat says a minor thing. You're like, what do you mean? Oh,
getting one-manned. Yeah.
I'm responding to his point.
Huh.
What else should I don't understand.
You know that some moths will confuse bats by flapping their genitals really fast to create a sound burst?
They'll do what now?
They'll flap their genitals really fast to create a sound burst.
But why will they do that?
Well, to disrupt
to confuse bats.
Oh, to confuse bats.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Those bats are
Did you know
freaks, man.
Moths have ears on their legs, chest, and their mouths.
Ooh.
Yeah, they have sound organs or like listening organs, like all over their body. They're called tympana, I think. Is the organ. Little like sound holes. Jeffy, how much for you to sound your hole?
How much for you to pay attention and try to keep the chat interested while I play a game? And
I just gave fucking tympana lore, dog. I'm digging into the
Primo tympana lore.
What the fuck is tympana?
Tympana is the organ that moths have to listen to sound. Also,
that's
when you
got
get to the
nothing to do
settings
with
of this game,
games.
yeah, when you get to the settings menu, if you can turn the game volume down directly from the game and not from the
Yeah, I'm gonna play this tomorrow.
like 30% is where you want to have it.
Hold up, Gary.
There's a species of fly that lactates and gives birth to a live little baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know moths are synonymous with death? Because there's a lot of moths that drink blood of dead animals.
Oh.
Some moths also have been known to hang out on the faces of sleeping animals, and drink their tears for water.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Jaffy, like 30-40%. I promise you, it's like the ideal like audio quality for a
You
YouTube
mean
stream.
drop it to 30?
To 30 or 40%. You can handle that with your listening.
Did you know there's some dung beetles in Africa that use the Milky Way galaxy as a compass so they can roll their poop balls in a straight line?
Yep.
Oh, dang.
Mm-hmm.
Nature, man.
It doesn't work very well. For me, at least.
For you.
I'm gonna try the moth one, though.
Yeah?
Yeah. Next time someone gives me some bad news or something.
Easy
Or next
does,
time,
it says.
Next time my order's wrong at Luby's. Or, yeah, just to distract them.
Yeah, Easy does, it says moth, more like cloth. Yeah. Wanna hear another fun insect fact, bunny? On the button. Honey!
Huh?
Ooh, another fun insect fact. Like I'm probably using all the ones I know. Ladybugs will bleed from their knees as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, yeah.
She knows this. Okay.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Oh, MK Ness, I really like this, Tim. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
You know, there's some ants that'll explode to protect their colony. Just flex their muscles and squeeze real tight until it.
Yep.
Some aphids are born pregnant.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. They reproduce parthenogenically. Is that what it is?
Okay.
And they're born straight up pregnant. Born preggers.
Dragonflies have never exhibited the ability to walk.
Oh.
Their legs just are not capable of walking. If they want to move like an inch, they have to flap their ass over there.
dragonflies have over, I think, 30,000 lenses in their eyes and can see colors that we can't even imagine in our brains.
I want to say thank you, K-Nels, for being the #1 chatter today. You've now reached so many chats to your #1. Really, Barcode #2. Appreciate it. Really holding it down, these gangsters in the chat. And Rob O for #3. Appreciate it. Engagement's great. Philly Barcode says this game has incredible sound design. Think of the sound design. See if I say his name louder.
It does look good.
Billy Barcode says this game has brilliant sound design. What do you think?
I agree. It's excellent. It's absolutely excellent. It's got a lot of. My question is, if you guys I think MKNS finished this demo, are you able to get into the tower up here, or they don't let you in? This is like an MMO. It's not a multiplayer game. It's fun. And it's got interesting lore, as the kids say.
Bunny, how do you feel about the femme fatale insects of the insect world?
Oh, like weirdos and stuff.
Like praying mantis.
Praying mantises, yeah.
Sexual.
Praying mantis ate my goldfish when I was little.
What?
Yeah, traumatized the hell out of me and my sister. It was when we lived in a really little trailer that was like shitty and nothing was sealed, so bugs would get in all the time. We got off the school bus, opened the door, and there was a praying mantis sitting on the light above our fish tank, and it had my Jeremy in its mouth. It was eating Jeremy. It had it like this.
You named your goldfish Ron Jeremy?
No, his name was Jeremy. I named all my pets Jeremy for a while. I was in love with this little boy that I used to clog with. His name was Jeremy.
Oh, he was a clogging.
Is he cute?
He was a clogging fiend, that kid. I remember him.
He was so good. He was the best clogger, the best boy clogger we had.
Is he dead?
No, he. I'm pretty sure he's gay. I think he's a soccer coach.
Are you assuming that's the same thing as being dead? That's pretty homophobic.
It's actually
no. I was just saying I didn't have a chance. I just named all my pets Jeremy for no reason. Never stood a chance.
My dad killed our bunny rabbit.
What the fuck?
Fluffernutter?
We were little kids and we were in a Walmart parking lot. Somebody's like, I'm moving to California. I need to get rid of my pet. They're like, I got 2 dogs and I got a rabbit. And I was like, I ain't taking a dog. And I was like, can I get the bunnies, please? The bunny's so cute. And, the lady was like, it's a feisty rabbit. He ended up getting it. He had its own little cage. It had all its food. Turns out the bunny was pregnant. And so one morning, I'm like, I was maybe like 8, 9 years old. This is like back when my dad cared. I'm like going outside to check on the bunny before going to school, and I noticed it had kids. But it was eating like one of the kids, and there was a couple of the bunnies that were dead. So I go into my dad. And my dad doesn't understand, like animals, natural reactions to the kids. So he was like, Demonio! Demon bunny!
Oh, the game got loud all of a sudden? All right, hang on.
Well, I was telling you 30%.
And I said it properly.
You have it at 50, guaranteed. It's a number, so I memorized it.
Tech, close your eyes and count to 18 real quick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They did a study on fruit flies one time where they gave them alcohol and they watched what they did when they got rejected by a mate. And the male fruit flies, when they would get rejected, they would go and get drunk more.
Okay.
that maps.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So my dad found the bunny eating the kid live, killed the fuck out of it. I won't say how he did it. It was gruesome. It involved like a cinder block wall. Right. That's as far as I'll go with it. And I had to watch it. My dad was like, "Going double casting."
This game does look good. It kind of reminds me of like Bloodborne mixed with like Evil Within.
Ooh,
if you guys have played either of those.
Yeah. I would have said Bloodborne and Death Stranding for monster design.
I chose Evil Within for their monster design. It's kind of like nightmarish, a little Silent Hill-y, but kind of alien.
Okay.
But it's got the geometrics.
It's interesting. Like Kanub says he played it and didn't really like it. The demo. I've found. I mean, again, I don't know if the actual game will be good. But so far, what I've played, I've really enjoyed the world and the kind of the weird adventure of it. It's kind of cool to be in a world like this that isn't as slow as something like Death Stranding. I know they're different games, blah, blah, blah. And no, I have no interest in playing Death Stranding.
But I will be...
You don't like walking everywhere forever?
No,
yeah, Tech Protect will be streaming Death Stranding 2 when it comes out.
It's out tonight, I think.
Oh, Tech Protect will be streaming Death Stranding 2 next month after I can afford it. But not until then, not any sooner.
Well, you can just get all my when you get here, you can just get all my Steam games.
That'd be good. I would love to have as many Steam games as you have. I think I have like 80 Steam games. I think you have like 500 something.
Okay, thanks, bud. Oh, MK Ness. Sorry. Yeah. I know.
Kano's a $2 says fruit flies for the win, bunny.
Thank you, K-Nubs. Yeah, I hear you. I'm sure it's pretty good, Death Stranding, but not for me.
Yeah, Jaffy, if you could take a snapshot of time right now.
Yeah.
Boom, snapshot.
Yeah.
And you can teleport to anywhere in the world, live the life cycle of any animal you want during any era of history. Mm-hmm. Where would you be? What would you be? And when would you be?
Oh God, I don't care.
Because I would love to be like a beaver, like the 1500s.
What the hell are you saying?
It's so aesthetic, but like I can't. Any answer besides a dog right now in like California just seems to be like a wrong answer. Like with an affluent family.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So, Bunny, the question is, you take a snapshot of time right now. Right, so when you're done with your life, like the animal life, you come back to right now, right? You can teleport to anywhere in the world and be any animal you want during any time in history. Where would you be? What would you be and when? Because I want to be a beaver in the great expanse of North America for like colonialism. And can you imagine? I want to be on the Mississippi as a beaver.
So much wood.
Think about it. Like 1500s beaver. That's fucking OP. That's fucking great. I make the best.
And then you're gonna get genocided. Like all your people in like 50 years, possibly even now. And they're just like your pelts are gonna be currency.
Just like global warming. That's for my kids to worry about.
It's for the next generation. Yeah.
What would you be running? And where? And
let me think. It's a tough question. I think I'd want to be one of those really dope ass jackrabbits that live on top of mountains.
Oh, the big ones?
Like a jackalope?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably get the Beavis and Butthead skins, yes.
Yeah, that just seems like fun.
Jaffy's getting better at this game.
I really did not like it at first because there's a lot of problems with this game, but it's really good. It just the onboarding for this game is really not good, but if you stick it out, it's really good.
Yeah, Bold Alpha Wolf says a buffalo would have been cool.
True. A what? A buffalo?
A buffalo. Until you get hunted down by like a fucking wolf. You know, like your pack of wolves would get you.
Yeah, or you fall off a cliff.
You know what? I take it back. Being like a bald eagle. Being like a bald eagle in America.
That's a good pick.
The year 1000.
You know, we used to have like really pretty, colorful birds, like parakeets and shit in America.
Yeah,
We
but
used to have like tropical looking birds. We hunted them all to extinction. We just hunted them all until they're all gone. I learned that at the zoo.
how is this a low-key better lolcow nerds? Low-key better? What's low-key better?
Okay, time for my takes to make it worse. Jaffy, do you play older games like ROMs and shit, or like I see this is like a 16-bit type, but would you play?
I mean, it's a new
like
game, but
80s and 90s NES games and SNES games?
yeah, I play everything. But,
'Cause-
you know, I do find that a lot of the older games don't hold up, but some that do are great.
There's one called Guardian Legend that's really fucking good. If you haven't heard of it, it's one of the big ones that are super worth playing. It's kind of like the first Legend of Zelda.
Sega Saturn?
Should have just been first Nintendo.
Oh, I don't know.
The NES.
I'm sure I played it. I don't remember though.
Really fucking good. It's kind of like Galaga sometimes for boss fights, and then like Legend of Zelda for the rest of it. And it's kind of similar to this, but more grid-like.
Yeah, what's weird about this is it really doesn't. This game presents more like it is a, like it's not the kind of game that you would think you need to grind up in, but there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of Blood Souls, and there's a lot of sort of slop in the controls. But it's still, even with all that, I went back to it and I finished it twice. Like there's something really good about it, but it also feels like they really gotta. I hope they do some real work on this. God damn it. But no, Guardian Legends I'll look up. I don't remember that one. I probably will when I play it, but
It's not particularly easy. It gets easier as you play it, but it's meant to be like a fairly challenging game.
If your mic volume is good, but if you spoke into your mic, it'd be better. That was sick. Charge of attack was sick.
yeah, but see, it's stuff like that. Like, watch this. You can charge the attack. God damn it. You can charge.
Respawn?
Well, watch this. You can charge the attack, and then when you have it charged, you can roll. The problem is it doesn't go in the direct. See how he's facing forward? He's looking to the right.
You've decided that that's. The
I've already locked it in. I'm like, yeah, it's just shit like that. I'm like, come on, guys.
Wait, couldn't you? Wait.
I like that.
Before you jump over it, can you charge it to the right and then roll backwards?
Yes.
Yeah, you can bait them to jump at you, and then you attack them when they jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's still annoying. Like if somebody comes above me.
Oh, did you just rotate?
Well, I can do this, but now I'm going to hit. Even if I push to the right, it's going to go. It goes where it was originally when I charged it.
Okay.
Which I honestly don't like. See, like this, I can't. I'm not able to do what I want to do, but, you know, I think that's bullshit, but, you know. I'm not using the D-pad. And that's the other thing, PK, is the D-pad lets you, or the fighting, the D-pad lets you jump and move at angles, but the fighting is locked to four-way. So it's really kind of confusing sometimes when you think you can, and this particular weapon has more range, so you kind of can do angles with this one, but not because you're actually doing it. It's just because the range is so big.
Does your charge attack go through his shield?
Nah, I don't know. I don't think so.
You guys like a fun Falcon fact?
Give me a fun Falcon fact.
Fun Falcon fact.
Boy, absolutely.
Falcons are not particularly close to most other birds, but they are to parrots.
Oh.
Very close to parrots
cool.
and songbirds. And songbirds.
That's That's really cool.
That's a Googleable one.
It's funny you say in the chat that's how Zelda worked, but Zelda, for whatever reason, didn't bother me when it did that.
Die.
K-Nubs, and now I'll die knowing that. You're welcome.
Most Falcons mate for life.
But see, how do you know, Tech, if we're going to be playing demos and games like this, how do you know when the audience has seen enough and they want something new? Because I would like to move from game to game. I don't want to spend like 40 minutes on a single game if we're going to do like 4 or 5 games, right?
What I was offering as like a way of doing this is you do spend like 40 minutes, maybe 50 minutes in one game, a demo, unless it is complete trash. If you're just not having a fun time, we drop it, right? But we do that. We do 2 demos a day, right? That covers about 2 hours of content. And when we take that live stream, then we start editing that into videos. We put as standalone videos onto the channel, where I find like your commentary and I take gameplay, and then we make that its own little thing, right? Because people who are hyped about a demo or a game in general might search up just that game. That's additional discoverability for you, right? Even outside of just like, oh, I'm looking, because the most often way people find you, like watch your videos, is by searching David Jaffy, right? It'd be nice if we have an increase in people looking up Ball X Pit. What is this game called?
Mina the Howler.
Yeah, it's like if people look up Mina the Howler, it'd be nice that they see your content next to other people doing direct videos about this, right?
All right, so you would like to finish, you'd like to spend not as much time as it takes, but you don't think we should be moving off fast?
Moving off fast if it's absolutely a terrible game. And then, if you do that, we still have content for like, bad games of the week. And it's a compilation of videos of like the demos we tried to do in the morning show that just weren't for it. And I imagine while you're playing a bad game, you'll say, this fucking sucks. Oh, not this shit. Oh, look at this fucking terrible thing. That's enough content in itself to include in a compilation of games not to check out.
Okay, but you're not my dad. You can't tell me.
And I will promise to boost my editing skills to be able to provide.
Oh, Bunny, did you talk to Tech about Maggot?
Oh, yeah. My friend Maggot, she's gonna be doing clips and stuff.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Talk monetary stuff with her or him?
Her? No, I told her I would be paying her, so I'll do that.
Well, you don't have to do that, Bunny. We should
chat.
split it.
I can do that.
I think you can do it.
I don't know. I was just gonna do it. She's good though.
K-Nubs, why are you having anxiety? I'll finish this fucking thing. I've finished it twice. I just haven't used this weapon.
Everybody's been sticking around for my bug facts. That's what this is.
Your bug facts are awesome.
Yeah. Do you know male bed bugs impale their peckers into the female bed bug's abdomens and snap it off?
Snap off their pecker?
Uh-huh.
Does it kill them?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
they must
that's
really
how they
love
have
them.
babies. Yeah, it's true love.
Shit sounds like a xenomorph.
And Kenneth said he does the same thing. PK99 asks, which is better, Bugs Life or Ants? And that's such a hard question because I love both of them. Though.
Really?
Yeah, I respect the shit out of Ants. Yeah, I would say probably Bugs Life is better, but I also still love Ants.
I think the messaging in Ants was pretty cool. Like the whole like anti-establishment positioning of like, once they find out there's only 100 grasshoppers and 10,000 ants, what's gonna happen then?
Love that movie.
Why don't you marry that movie?
You can jump down from there. Go back. You
can't.
From the button position, you jump down. The button.
I already did the button.
You can jump down.
Oh yeah.
The next part of the mission is on the left.
But again, K-Nubs, I do like this demo a lot. I just really hate... There's a lot of problems with it that you'd think a developer of this pedigree would have dealt with. But then you kind of have to remember they've only made one... They've made like 1.5 games, so maybe not. And I don't understand what the fuck is happening here. So yeah, we'll have to figure out what to play tomorrow then, especially if we're only picking 2 to 3 demos.
Play Peak.
Peak's not a demo. Peak's everybody's playing. I don't want to play something.
That's the point. Discoverability is like a key feature to make a YouTube channel viable. And if it has a lot of hype around it right now, it'd be fun to see you play the game. Plus, it'd be eyes on you.
Fine, we'll play Peak, but we're going to play something else too.
We should play something else. Now, Peak is a 4-player game, right? You'll have me in there.
It doesn't have to be.
I highly recommend you play with at least one other person.
No, I do too. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. What was I saying? I think my PC can handle Peak. It's not like the most graphics intensive game. I turn on settings a lot, so maybe die. So I will try and source 2 other people. If you're in the Discord, that is discord.gg/JaffyGames. Join us there, and if you want to play, reach out to us. It's 10:30 PST, or is that 1:30 PST PM? MKNS, can you make it? Can you make it 10:30 Pacific Standard Time, 10:30 AM? Yeah, reach out, let us know. It is not a first come first serve. It is a biased selection of who's going to join. People that are, I don't know. MKNS can make it. Wow! Thank you, MK.
I'd watch Jaffy play rage games. Golfing over it, getting over it, only up.
I want to play Baby Steps, man.
He hates rage games. He's played a couple ones where you play as like we tried to do the one with a frog. He did not like that one.
Frogger?
No, there's a new frog like jump distance game. There's another one where you're an egg. Jeff, you had to roll the egg up the chicken coop. Just could not.
They actually changed that and made it a. This was really good. The Drifter. They actually changed that and made it. They added checkpoints in that. Thank God.
I mean, you were yelling about that.
Yeah.
I want to see Jaffy play Barbie Equestrian Dream.
Would you like to watch Jaffy play Hello Kitty Island Adventure?
That's a great game.
Yeah.
I can play Barbie Project Friendship.
Oh.
Is that good enough for you, Bunny?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Is it on screen?
Jaffy could play Date Everything. That's such a good choice.
PK99 said Jaffy can play Date Everything. I reached out to the development team of Date Everything to try and get a sponsorship. Like, hey, look, we'll play your game on the channel, we'll talk about it. And they did not respond. So I don't know. I'm upset with those guys. Jaffy, would you be amicable to starting a Pornhub account?
What do I do on it?
Stream video games there, but adult video games.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I'm pressing A to start, idiot.
Barbie, Project Friendship.
You have to be patient with Barbie.
Yeah. Okay, clearly it doesn't want to use my controller.
Isn't this nice?
I don't know what you do yet.
You enjoy it. You're Barbie.
Hey everybody, I'm driving my little car. There's my super conservative friend Barbie. She'll end up marrying someone who goes into politics and has an affair by the time she's 32. He'll want to trade in a cheaper model, and she'll end up fucking him over by releasing certain things on the internet.
Girls. How's it going?
It's going good, you whore.
We're almost there. Brooklyn can't text because she's driving.
Wow.
But she says hi.
Brooklyn should shut up and stop drinking so much. I can't believe you're going to see the first project.
I can't believe I finally get to see it. I'm so glad Brooklyn can too. Thanks to ever since I can remember.
Can't believe it's voice acted.
Brooklyn says,
Shut up, Barbie.
I have a cookie.
Idiot, shut the fuck up. Can you believe it? They're talking smack, Bunny.
Yeah, I hate them.
This better be the new Grand Theft Auto map.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. Matt DeMarco says not very cool of her to make the black girl drive her everywhere.
True.
I love how Addie Pie comes in and says, "This is a game made for 12-year-old girls, Jaffy." Really, Addie Pie? Is it?
So true.
You're such a observer of things. Good, Jaffy.
Yeah,
although
this is rated E for everyone.
This is more made for like 7 and 8-year-old girls, truth be told.
Yeah, get it right.
We made it! What a long hike from the car park. I had
Oh God,
it's
shut
hard, but
up.
the
Shut up. What's the gameplay? Did she just absorb the black woman into her body? It's racist. What the
Maybe.
fuck? Is that person running for their life?
Brooklyn, let's.
You probably know if you read that stuff.
I ain't reading any of that bullshit. They can't tell me.
Then you're not gonna know the storyline. It's a very important storyline.
Well,
I'm out at Barbie. Love you guys.
wait.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy.
I am
Wow.
I got some aggro. I got some bigot for not wanting to fucking Barbie.
I'll tell you what, man. You got to get more confident with your sexuality. It's just Barbie.
No, I'm confident. I feel like the Doom guy. I feel like Doom guy watching a Barbie game. Like I can feel the rage build in me,
But what's
where I
wrong
want
with
to
it?
destroy
Wow, because you want to hit
demons.
women?
No, I didn't say I wanna hit
Wait.
women.
You don't like black women then? Because the black driver.
Oh my god!
I didn't say that either.
Really good friend you
I
brought
just-
into the mix. Tech.
I can
Wow.
feel the rage build.
I think
And
that's.
it
I
needs-
think
and it-
no. I think that's.
And it needs to be
performative.
it needs to be expelled.
That's performative. I think you need to settle in and be okay with some girly things. It doesn't make you less of a man. Just own it. Just be cool with it, man.
It's
Yeah,
just
you're
glitter.
feminine, Scorpio.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Watch Scorpio.
Listen
Watch
up.
Barbie. Look at her. You just don't want to see that women can do what men can do. Look, she can get into the gate.
Women can open gates.
And look at this
Come on.
stupid fucking old
She
whore.
didn't even open the gate. It opened by itself from a magic bell.
Oh, you girls startled
With her
me
mind?
because
Oh.
somebody's black. Is that what it is? This is a racist little
Wow.
bitch. And I hope I get
This is
to,
racist.
I
This is
hope
fucking
I
racist.
get to
Sorry.
shoot her.
Do you work here?
I got a
I
show
look
of
after
hands.
You want to shoot women, Jaffy?
I want to
Hold on.
shoot the
Can I get a show of
racist.
hand?
We've
Who
come
has
up-
earrings on right
Okay.
now? Raise
This
your
is
hand.
this is
I'm
just
letting,
like
by
Monsieur Candide's sister in Django. She's a racist whore, and I'm gonna kill her.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
See your earring.
Yeah, what
What
earring?
about my?
Oh, you're talking about Bunny. Yeah, Bunny has earrings.
What about my earrings?
This game.
He says
boring.
they're lovely. Wow, women are boring, Jaffy.
This is so boring.
Name your
Oh,
favorite
y'all are
woman,
bigots.
Scorpicus.
Yeah.
My favorite woman of all time?
I have.
Oh
Yeah.
God, who is this made for? A fucking moron?
If
Margaret
you even
Thatcher.
Know one. Wow.
Fuck that.
That's a performative
Just
answer.
beyond here was
Performative bitch.
Yeah, how was my play? Bad.
Wow. What a bigot.
Let's play rematch. All the kids are talking about rematch.
I think we need maybe a remake, like a God of War Barbie edition. Maybe it seems in the chat that's kind of what they want for you to come out of retirement.
Oh God, no, thank you. I don't want. I'm not in retirement. I do this now.
I don't know. Tell PK99 that he's confused.
Retirement. Shut up. Streaming and talking is so much more fun than making video games, dude. Come on. Ninja Gaiden Frosty was amazing. Cleared Hot, I haven't fallen in love with yet, but I agree it's pretty good.
Yeah. Jaffy, how would you feel emotionally if by the end of your life, people were more aware of you as a streamer, content creator than a game designer?
Awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, get to work, Tech. What are we doing wrong?
I'm trying.
Get your shit together, Tech. Oh my God.
Are you guys saying rematch?
Yeah, we see it. Unreal Engine.
But maybe I'm just, again, I hate, no, I'm not going to bring it up.
What?
No, because
You
whenever,
gonna get grumpy?
no, whenever I bring it up, people think I'm like fishing or something, and I'm just like,
Can I guess what it was?
Yeah.
Maybe we're not cut out for this. The
We might
donations
not
aren't even
be.
coming through.
No, I mean, seriously, you guys see what all these other people make? It's not that I'm mad. It's that I'm confused. I'm just like, wait, what? How are they able to pull that off and we're so terrible at it? That's all I'm saying.
It's not that we're terrible, Jaff.
I think you're terrible at it, Jaffy.
There's already established big fish in the pond.
Okay, well, it's time to kill the fucking fish.
They're monopolizing.
That's what I'm saying. You have to start becoming a big fish. Well,
We're the proletariat fish.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Well, in France and the
Jaffy, I don't know
You
if I've said
rainbow
this before.
fish with them pretty scales.
Oh,
Scorpigus. Scorpigus loves big words. Big vocab guy.
Well, I don't think that's a big word.
I don't think it's a big word either.
Proletariat's a big word. When we found out that 40% of 8th graders can't read at like a high, or was it a high school? 40% of high schoolers can't read at like a 8th grade level or some shit. Yeah.
That's just some dumb children.
Scorp, I've been in a fucking VC with you where you used the word proletariat and someone said, "Is that like equestrian?" Yeah.
You're right.
Scorp, do you know what the word scuttle means?
Mm-hmm.
Shit,
scuttle.
Shit, fucker.
Well, you
That's the-
like
That's right, Jaffy.
bugs can scuttle. You can also scuttle a ship.
What about the word bibble? Yeah,
Bibble?
It's not the
I used
southern
that
Bible.
earlier.
Is it like deontological
Probably.
philosophy where it's like biblical?
No.
A bibliography?
No.
It's what you put on your chest, right? Like bibble?
No, it's a bib. Bibble, to be fair, bibble was a slang word used in like the 60s and 70s that later became like a dictionary. So it's not really a necessary thing to know.
He's just making up. He's just making up shit, throwing in colloquialisms and. Oh my God.
Bibble is.
It's gibberish.
It's the overuse
Get it,
of
buddy,
making
get it,
sound
buddy.
while
Oh.
Get it?
But it comes from
Good job.
a UK, like a British candy. It was like a hard candy that made a lot of sound when you chewed it. Sucked it. That's where it comes from.
I thought bibble meant like nonsense.
Gainham
Like
says
like babble, like from the UK.
Yeah. Gainham says bibliography.
A bibliography, yes, that's what I said. Yeah. Don't fucking take my thing, K-Nubs. I said it first. How dare you?
DK says Bunny should make YouTube shorts and TikToks about bug facts. Would you want to do that, Bunny? I'll help you make them.
I freaking love bug facts.
Yeah.
Love
Ah,
bugs.
you're fucked now, bitch.
Bunny, would you be willing to record you going out into the woods and finding bugs and talking about them?
Yeah. I love bugs. I do that anyway.
Jaffy.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm listening.
Jaffy.
I'm listening.
Your daughter almost lost courage at the park today.
Wow.
She went running into the sprinklers with the dog, The dog loves sprinklers. He's a good
Oh.
And she didn't tighten his like harness before putting it on him today, and so he slipped out of the harness entirely and was just running around this massive field. And he's a good boy, but he listens. He listens like a good boy to me, and he's just like a fun dog to everyone else. So it wasn't until I saw, because they were already out there, I was like, Courage! He's like, oh shit. Sat up and he's like, oh fuck, I'm in trouble.
Robbo, please tell me you didn't just type what you just typed.
Oh, I'm pupping. Oh, this is just Rocket League with people. It's just fucking soccer. That's.
I agree. It is Rocket League with people. I'm not even gonna front. I don't even disagree with them.
Doesn't go up the walls though.
You go up my walls.
Yeah, I do. I know how to do that in Rocket League too.
We suck.
Oh fuck, Tech! Remember I gave you a Sun Spider fun fact like a year ago?
Yeah.
I'll give the Sun Spider fun fact now. I can't believe this came in handy. Wait, do you guys know what the fuck Sun Spiders are?
Sun spider?
Yeah.
Does it look like a sun?
Kind of,
Hmm.
but different. It's like they look like scorpions, kind of.
Okay.
And they
I think
chase
I know
people in
what
the desert, and they can get fucking
Yeah.
huge. They don't actually chase people. When they're chasing you, they're chasing your shadow because they want the fucking.
Yeah.
They want the sun to not be on them anymore. They want that shade. And so yeah, they're not really aggressive like that. They just fucking like.
They're just hot.
Yeah, they're scary as shit though. I get a lot of them here. I probably see one every like 3 or 4 days.
I get a lot of wolf spiders here. They get pretty big.
I had a lot of them in Texas.
Yeah.
And they like to hide under things.
All right, there we go, fellas. That's the stream. That's the game. All right, so Tech will find some stuff to play 10:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll be back tomorrow night at 6:30 California time, 9:30.
Yeah, we are starting with Peak. We have MK and Nestor signed up to be there at the start of the stream, 10:30, and then if you have another game to play afterwards, totally fine.
One or two. We're gonna 1 or 2 games after, but we'll also be going over the news of the day of games while we're playing.
Yep.
All right, we'll see if that format works. Bunny, thank you, buddy. Tech, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Scorpio. Thank you, guys, for hanging out with us. Much appreciated. That has been Madhouse for Monday. Let me kill this thing real quick. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Be well, you guys. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.